Respect. 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 Respect.
A lovely morning. We are back live in Kigali at the Gahanga International Cricket Stadium, Grand B, as we get closer to the end of the tournament. It is the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier. It is Division 2, and today's fixture, Sierra Leone up against Team Nigeria. And together with me are the two captains, Kamara and Rahimon, as well as the third umpire to officiate the toss. Team Sierra Leone being the home team, and he will do the flip. Heads is the call. And heads it is. Ali Rahimon, congratulations on winning the toss.
Thank you.
And please tell us, what will you opt to do first and why?
I'll be looking to bat first and put a very good quota on the board for us to defend.
And any sort of total that you think can be enough for you guys on board?
200, 230 will be good and we defend.
And now going into your last fixture, you have already qualified. What are the mindset in the dugout and what are you guys looking forward to?
Yeah, we know we already qualified, but we just want to finish the tournament on a high note going into the Division 1. That's it.
And all the very best.
Thank you.
Charles, did the toss work in your favor, sir?
No, it didn't.
You wanted to have a bat first.
Yes, of course, we wanted to bat first to put some irons on the board, but since went wrong, so yeah, we will take it. It's cricket.
And now that you're bowling first, what is the sort of total that you think you can restrict Nigeria to?
Under 200 runs, yeah.
Okay. And all the very best.
Thank you.
All right, the news from the middle. Team Nigeria winning the toss and decided to bat first. Oh. Trying to go down the leg, missing out. The ball goes straight into the pads. As Ali Raimon, the captain, comes on strike. And beautiful looking delivery that is. To end over number 1, 4 runs on board. And both the batters yet to get off the mark. The 4 runs gotten were all from the extras. And to come from the road end will be Ibrahim Bangura. And Team Nigeria having Omonkobio having scored 84 of 73 deliveries in their previous encounter. Driven down the ground beautifully, finding a long on fielder. And Omonkobio gets off the mark. And they pick up just a single. Him scoring 84 in their previous encounter against Team Mozambique. And the batters came to party. The Nigerians being the captain, scoring a 40 up in the air, in the slips, and the chance goes down. It was a chance, goes through the hands. Ibrahim Bangura trying to get a breakthrough very, very early in the innings. Still, and that is racing all the way. And the outfield, the Gahanga B outfield can only do that. The ball runs all the way to the boundary. Slight outside edge, slips fielder, gets nothing. And Omokobio gets a boundary for himself and for Team Nigeria. The first boundary. And Gahanga B is always just like that. It is just the placement. And the ball goes past the fielder. You can only fetch because the outfield travels quickly. And beautifully done. And of course, this morning at Gahanga, I won't be alone. I will be joined by Eme Muraija in the comms box. And a very good morning to you, Eme. Just before that, back foot and a punch down the ground to get a single with one more delivery to complete over number 2 of the innings. where Nigeria won the toss and have decided to bat first. Eme Nguraija, very good morning, sir.
A very good morning to you, Adele. It is always a pleasure to be back here on a commentary alongside Adele. And it's always a pleasure to be here where cricket is being played. We enjoy. And the single brings us to the end of the over number 2. And the score is 11 in 2 overs. Thank you for the warm welcome.
Yeah, you're always welcome to get in and talk cricket and talk about what is really going on. Dennis James comes back into the attack from the mount end and driven powerfully, but that didn't carry. And one bounce straight into the hands of mid-off fielder. Not hit powerfully enough because that was a half chance. Of course, very early for Ali Raymond to try something, to take risks going forward. Ball number 2 coming in. More and more extras. Team Leone not giving themselves a good start going into this particular fixture. And on the other side, ground A, Gahanga A, Rwanda taking on Team Uganda as Ghana playing against Mozambique in IPRC, Kigali Cricket Oval. With 3 teams having already qualified for Division 1, being Uganda topping the table at the moment, Nigeria as well as Rwanda having qualified to Division 1 and will be joining Namibia, Kenya as well as Tanzania to battle it up to fight for that one spot at the World Cup. An appeal and Makumbi Patrick all the way from Uganda, the bowler's end umpire, as well as Christian Gasana all the way from Kigali. With Nigeria posting a mammoth total of 461 with 2 centuries in it. That was a very good innings to watch, with Peculiar Ngemasi scoring 123 of 84 deliveries. But the biggest of the day was Bright Nyong scoring 137 of 53 with 11 maximums and 11 boundaries with 12 maximums, of which I feel that was beautiful to watch. Hits that one, finds a point fielder who does so well, but again, the 2 batters in the middle, very quick enough to complete the single with 2 more deliveries to come. And Eme, what did you make of this particular tournament now that we are getting closer to the end? What are the key takeaways? What did you make out of it?
I've run a lot in this tournament, and I've got a lot, especially in commentary and being the a commentator like you are there, learning from you. And when it comes to the game of cricket, I've run a lot. The 50 over game is very different from what we used to play T20, and the way the approach is very different, and you've got to be a very consistent if you're a bowler, because if you can see here, Dennis James is struggling with being consistent. It's not because he's not a good bowler or anything else. It's just because the format is too long, requires you to be fit enough and consistent to keep up with the format. And that's the good thing that I think we can take away as a cricketers in general.
And that was well said. And again, you've been on this particular panel. You've gone through the same structure as you grew up into the game. You're even a bowler yourself. You're a seamer, and of course, talking about consistency, Dennis James struggled the very first over. Still, the struggle continues. And only 9 runs from the bat, and the rest are extras. And we are into the third over already, and 47 more overs to come. How long now can you keep doing that as a bowler? Yes, you've got to try and be consistent enough. But when it comes to the fielding side as well, the captain will have to come up with a plan going forward. More and more extras. And this particular ball to make it 5 wides in the over. And of course, this goes into Nigerians' favor, Nigerians' way, because runs are runs whichever way they come. It is a long a long version. 50 overs. It will never be a joke, and you've got to take it just like that. You just need to be ready for whatever comes your way. Just 2 more deliveries to come. Hits that one powerfully, clips that one over the infield. 1-2 bounces into the boundary, and boundary it will be. And beautifully done, and what a way to finish the over. 22 runs for naught after 3 overs. Kamara Ibrahim gets back into the attack from the road end. And Ali Rahman will be on strike. And it starts off just like that. Ibrahim asking so many questions to the stumps. Driven down the ground, the covers fielder does the fielding job. Doesn't want to give anything away just like that. That dips in. Driven down the ground, picking up the gap nicely. The ball is racing away. And the fielder in the dip does the fielding, stops, saves 2 runs for Team Sierra Leone. And Ibrahim Kamara Bangura doing bowling so well and being so tight. Again, having conceded 8 runs in his very first, and beautifully done. What a ball that was. And Ali, as well as Hosanna, very cautious, not trying so hard earlier on. You already know and understand clearly what is at stake, and you have a very, very long time in the world to keep yourself busy and occupy the wicket for so long. After 4 overs, the score reads 24 for naught.
A new bowler comes into the attack. Is Alfred from the mountain end. The good things about this format I love a lot. You can lead the intent of the people who are there in the middle and see what they are trying. If the batsman is there to stay for long, you can lead from what he's doing, how he's playing towards the delivery, and tell that this batsman is not going to be easily taken out. Tries in again, plays it powerfully, but straight to the fielder in the cover. Hit is hard. The ball is racing away and all the way to the boundary. 4 runs added to the total of Team Nigeria. Plays straight, but finds the fielder alert to stop that one. But it's a dot ball. A dot ball off the boundary. The bowler charges in again for the fourth ball of the over. But plays it nicely, but straight to the fielder.
An outside edge finds the fielder. Willie John, apart from that boundary that he conceded, still more dot balls, four dot balls in a row to make it 5 runs conceded in his first over, as the captain obviously didn't want the bowler to keep giving away freebies, extras. Dennis James, after struggling in 2 consecutive overs, captain changes. Brahim Bangura to get back into the attack, and it will be Nigeria trying to put up runs on board that will give them a chance to finish the tournament on a high note, as the projected score reads 290 if they go on and play their full 50 overs. Into the covers. And the good thing about Bangura is putting stumps into play. And that's the best part of it. Not giving away so many loose balls. Trying to pull that one. I was hoping to get a boundary in this particular over, but plays it a bit late and finds a short fine leg fielder, and they will settle because they do not want to try so many things earlier on. And Ali Raymond gets a single. Of course, 2 West African nations. They call it the Western Derby, West Africa Derby, and this is it for sure. Punched, but gets nothing. And can Sierra Leone get another bowler who is doing so well, like, oh, Sloppy, the fielder's not doing so well right there, and giving away 2 runs of what was supposed to be stopped, turns out to be a double, and they will settle for just that. After 6 overs, 32 for naught. Those are the previous games. Beautifully done by Willie John. Putting stumps into play is the best part of it, because you are trying to allow the batter to make a mistake. That is 50 overs. Earlier on in the power play, you always need to get a breakthrough. When you don't get, obviously, you'll be expecting the batters to the covers as well, dot ball after dot ball. You don't get a breakthrough earlier on, the batters will have set by then, and obviously they'll be expecting to get one inside 10 overs. Runs column, Nigeria doing so well. And beautifully done. How well now can you keep doing that? The consistency part of it that Eme talked about earlier on is what will guide Sierra Leone to a restriction that they needed at the toss, as the captain mentioned. 120, that will be a good total to go in and defend. But restricting a team like Nigeria below 120, you need to give yourself a chance. The bowlers, the discipline from the bowling department should be at its best. Beautifully done. Are we going to see a maiden over here? Delivery to come. Willie John, something that has been a struggle to some of the bowlers closing off overs. Can he close off the over? Just like he wanted, dot ball straight to the fielder in the covers, and a single will be taken. And Ali Rahman will be the one to be on strike the next over. 33 for not after 7 overs. Brahim Bangura, beautifully done. Getting an over that is going for just 1 run previously. And Bangura as well doing so well with the ball in hand. Down the ground, hits it powerfully, and very good effort from the fielder at mid-on. And they will settle for just a double. And you expect more of those playing 550 over games. It will never be a joke. Longer versions will be just like that. Should be muscle cramps as the medical team runs in to attend to the player. and we'll get back as he will be attended to by the medical team with now previously just before the rest day yesterday, Sierra Leone lost their game against Team Uganda. With Team Sierra Leone being very disciplined in their bowling. And this is even more and more interesting. Uganda batted for 45.3 overs, scoring 153 all out, with now Sierra Leone responding with only 54 all out in 28.4 overs. But the best part of this was the discipline from the bowlers, giving away just 16 extras. Very different from today's game. Giving away 16 extras in their previous encounter against Uganda, and now giving away 10 extras inside 10 overs. And that gives you a hint. Just that yesterday was a rest day to all the teams. And who comes out with the best and the positive mindset will go on and take the game away. Too short, driven on the back foot, and Ali Rahman will get a single. And now into the 2 digits is Ali Rahman. If you take a look at the intent that he is having right now, right here at Gahanga this morning, lofted, just finding the fielder in the deep at long off to get a single and to complete over number 8, 37 for naught. And Willie John to get back to ball over number 9. And very sloppy by the keeper. The ball is racing all the way. And who wins the race? And it will be wide. Fielders does it so well. Too full to be driven. The fielders are not doing. I mean, it's not bad with the way the Sierra Leones are approaching their fielding. And 50 overs, of course, it is the fielding that gives you an opportunity, because you've got to give a hand to the bowlers as well. Whichever opportunity that comes, you've got to be ready and help out. And of course, despite having given 12 extras, but now they need to get back in line earlier on. And in most occasions, you've got to give your premier bowlers, your best bowlers, a chance earlier on. And yes, after that, whoever comes in later should come when there is something to, or when there is somewhere to start from and somewhere to continue from, when they have been given a foundation going forward. Offering width, but Ali Rahman, the execution wasn't quite well. It was width, it was supposed to be played right on the offside. Now trying to access the leg side, not getting the connection that he needed. You could see him not being happy with what he did, wanting to drop and run into the covers. Gets nothing, 4 dot balls in a row with one more delivery to come. 3 runs conceded, 2 of them. It should be actually 4 runs, 3 of them being extras. And beautifully done, good use of the wrist. And they should get back for a couple. Oh, good Lord. And messes up with that one. And it runs all the way to the boundary. Very sloppy in the dip. As Ali Rahman earns himself a boundary to complete over number 9, 45 for naught. Beautifully done from Hosanna Omonkopio, being offered width and treats that one with immense power. Cuts powerfully into the vacant region, finds the gap and finds a boundary. Look at that. It was there for the taking. Just places that down the ground through the gap. And the outfield does the favor. Such a lovely comeback from Ibrahim. With Ibrahim having bowled 10 overs against Uganda, conceded only 23 runs, picked up 1 wicket. And that was massive, because he had given himself a chance. with Dennis James conceding 35 in his 10 overs. Beautifully done. Asking questions is Ibrahim Bangura. But from that boundary on, beautifully done, driven down the ground, gets a single. And Ali Rahman giving himself a chance, spending so much time on the wicket. And now the single takes Nigeria into the 50s. An appeal that should be going down the leg. Not the best of the throws, but they'll settle for just a single. And a single to complete the over. 10 overs done, 52 for naught. And it is the end of the power play. Such a lovely power play. Ali Rahman, 15 off 36. Osana Omonkobio, 23 off 24 deliveries. Willie John to get back into the attack. And Omonkobio making use of the height, punching down the ground. And after the power play, Leone opts to not. And beautifully done. And of course, the outfield will do that. The ball will run all the way to the boundary. And not runs from the bat, but now in form of extras, wides. 5 wides given away by Willie John. Sierra Leone not looking very positive this morning. Of course, they would want to finish on a high note, despite not getting the qualification to Division 1. A quick single, but the pickup at mid-on not the best to restrict Team Nigeria. Beautifully done. And the fielder in the deep does the fielding. They will settle for just a double. And of course, Nigerians, they will just take that any day at any given time. It's 50 overs. The boundaries are not coming as they please. And them opting to wait for the loose balls to maximize, not trying to overhit the ball. All the boundaries they've got, it is just the placement. Knowing that the outfield is that quick to allow the ball to travel quickly to the boundary. The batters have already understood the assignment and will try so hard to play down the ground. The strike rotation is being done so well as Hosanna gets back on strike. 9 runs from this particular over that has just one more delivery. And with the current run rate reading 5.6. Driven through the covers. Trying to get back for the second. And Ali Raymond says, do not try. They will settle for just a single. To complete over number 11, 62 for not.
Just to recap briefly on the tournament, 12 match has been played, 24 innings, and 4,094 runs has been scored, and 200 wickets has been taken, and 5,208 balls have been bowled, and 552 extras, 401 fours, and 67 sixes, 12 half centuries, and 5 centuries, and 19 plus partnership, and 600 plus partnership, and 114 maiden has been bowled so far, and 3,462 dot balls have been bowled, and 72 catches has been taken so far in this tournament. Out of 5,208 balls that have been bowled, 3,462 are dot balls. Plays it nicely down to the rig side, but fielder does the fielding, misses it once, and give Nigeria a chance to get a double.
Amonkopio for the very first time loses his shape, and the keeper messes up with that one. And of course, just like how the outfield is behaving, misses and it beats everyone and goes all the way to the boundary. 4 byes, and the keeper not doing justice to the bowler. Talking about the numbers that you just talked about, with 67 sixes being hit in this particular tournament, as well as 5 centuries, 12 half centuries in the tournament, with now 4,094 runs having been scored, and excluding today's games, obviously. So that gives you an idea of how the youngsters have showcased what they can offer to the cricketing world. And they've really done massively. They've done a very good job to their respective teams. And of course, seeing 3 teams scoring 400 plus runs, that was beautifully, it was beautiful to see players expressing themselves. And again, the Kigali wickets have given the batters an opportunity to go in and score runs. Whoever understood the assignment earlier on have gone in there, scored some runs, and put the team in a very comfortable position to win the game. With Nigeria, Uganda, as well as Rwanda scoring 400 plus runs. And Beautifully done. Loose ball it was, not given the best of the treatments. And 600 plus partnerships in the tournament so far. A slight outside edge. The fielder not doing justice to the bowler himself. If you look at how the fielders are behaving, I hope it's not that they didn't get the qualification to Division 1, but it being the last game, you should be giving away your 100% effort to give your team and yourself a chance to shine on the very last day. But with the look of things now, as the projected score getting closer to 300, 292, still yet to get a breakthrough, with Hosanna, who scored an 80 on their game versus Mozambique, with Ali Raymond scoring a 40. And right behind in the batting lineup, you still have a Gemasi who scored a century, with Bright who scored a century as well, with a very healthy strike rate of 250 plus. Of course, the Nigerians are having won the toss and decided to bat first. It is what they do best, batting first, and they didn't hesitate as a run out opportunity and not given. Raymond having taken off way earlier to arrive safely. This should be extras, more and more extras, adding to the total 78 so far. And Willie John having given away 2 balls delivered, and those 2 went for a boundary, and it was a wide. 10 extras, and again and counting, because still very early in the inning, as Team Rwanda loses their 4th, now on 51 for 4 in 13.4 overs. Is Team Uganda, who won the toss and decided to field first. And it is 13 overs done, 79 for naught. Over number 14 coming up, and it will be Ibrahim Bangura to bowl from the road end. With now on the other side, IPRC Kigali Cricket Oval, Mozambique having won the toss and immediately decided to bat first against Team Ghana. And an overthrow right here. Leone not doing themselves a favor. An overthrow and to allow the batters to take a single. And beautifully bowled, and it will be given. The fielders, the appeal wasn't convincing enough, but the umpire have gotten it right. Take a look at that, 2 straight, and to be given as the finger goes up, and Ibrahim gets a breakthrough. We are now into the 14th over as Nigeria moves to 80 for 1 after 13.3 overs. Andrew Abba to join the captain Ali Rahman. And it is Ibrahim who gets a breakthrough, breaks the partnership. And of course, 80-run partnership have done so well to Team Nigeria. An outside edge finds the fielder at Gully region. Of course, the captain won't be happy for that. Just giving away easy singles. A decent over. This is just 2 runs given away. And to complete the over with a dot ball, 14 overs done, 81 for 1 as Team Mozambique now are 1 wicket away from being bowled out. Very early in the innings, won the toss, decided to bat first. 49 for 9 in just 16 overs. Team Ghana doing so well, trying to restrict Mozambique to a very low total. With Stanley Carlson picking up 3, Lee, the captain, picking up 3, as well as Kelvin picking up 2 wickets. Willie will be trusted to get back into the attack, asking questions to the stumps. And of course, that is what you need to do going forward. More and more of those. It's the consistency, because the best of the deliveries that Willie John had bowled straight to the stumps, despite giving away so many extras, but his best of the deliveries have done so well to the Sierra Leones, and 4 more deliveries to come. Yet to see a maiden over. More and more dot balls, 3 in a row, with Andrew Abba, just 1 run of 5 deliveries. Can the bowler himself keep going? Can he keep attacking the stumps? Not really. Decides to give away a freebie. And now, Eme, yourself being a bowler, as well as having played at the under-19 level, what do you think the bowlers now would come up with? What do you think would be the plan going forward for Team Sierra Leone? And giving away a double is the bowler himself, offering full and wide to be driven through the covers. Amen.
The plan should be very simple for Team Sierra Leone, but the thing that normally the seamer struggles with is to keep the pace on. But at this time, you should be trying to not focus more on keeping the pace on, but control of the ball, where you're pitching the ball and ball according to how your field is, and make sure that you don't normally misses the lines and gives away the freebies, because it discourages your teammates as well. You played it, but straight to the mid wicket. And the dot ball brings us to the end of the over number 15. The score is 84 for 1. The umpire calls a water break. He leaves a water break and also a time to gather as a team and reflect on what you have been doing and have take a collective actions towards the inning, especially for the team Sierra Leone. They have been struggling in the field. If you can see from the posture of the players into the field, the energy is very low and they look very weak. And that's the thing they have to work on and come back strong with positive approach and positive attitude toward this innings. For Team Nigeria, they are doing well so far, even though they've lost 1 wicket. But the good thing is that even though they've lost that 1 wicket, they still have the same approach and doing well. Looking at the scorecard, The best batter so far is Robert O'Willy with 234 runs in 4 innings with a strike rate of 132 of 80, with the highest of 132 and a strike rate of 8.1. And the second is Samuel Awasiwe from Uganda as well, and the score is 180 in 4 innings with a highest score of 77, the strike rate of 89.55. The third one is Pekuria Egamos from Nigeria, 166 runs in 4 innings and highest of 123 runs and the strike rate of 117.73. So we'll be back shortly after a drinks break. Here comes the end of a drinks break. And a drinks break is a crucial moment for both teams to gather together and reflect on what they have been doing and what they to reflect on the team plans against what is actually happening in and comes back with a corrective action. And bowler coming from the load end is Ibrahim Bangura. Plays it nicely to the leg side. Looking forward to get the double. Yes, they got the double. 2 runs in the first delivery of the over after drinks break. Plays it hard but straight to the fielder. A dot ball. The batsman on the strike is Ali Rahman, the captain himself. Ball too short and placed it nicely in the gap for a boundary. Nicely placed. The ball was bowled away too short and stayed low, but was nicely placed by the captain towards the deep point region and clears the boundary. Plays it this time round straight down to the long off and got single. Now Andrew Abba is on strike. Plays it nicely down to the leg side towards cow corner for a single. Swept away and all the way to the boundary. The batsman didn't have to even land a meter from the popping crease. He just placed it nicely and hard and goes for the boundary. And the boundary brings us to the end of the over number 16, and the score is 94 for 1.
Over number 17 coming up, Willie John, to be trusted to get back into the attack. And very well done by the bowler himself, punching that in the covers for a dot ball, with Sierra Leone not having been given a warm welcome in the tournament, as they lost to Ghana on the very first day, with Ghana scoring 265. Cleans him over is Willie John. The celebrations, mind game, he says. And let's take a look at that. Beautiful looking delivery. And that got back into the batter just through the gate. And Andrew will have to depart. And 94 for 2 after 16.2 overs. And Willie John will have to get back. Willie John will have to get back home with his stump through the gate, and the timber was broken into pieces. Peculiar Egemasi comes in, joining the captain. And of course, the motivation of having scored a century on Thursday against Mozambique will be the best of the motivations you can get going into bat. Can he contribute massively? Can he go on and score some runs for Team Nigeria as they lose their second? And with a healthy strike rate of 146 against Team Mozambique, 123 is the score of 84 deliveries, 18 boundaries, 3 maximums. Yet to get off the mark is Peculiar. Can this be the first maiden and a maiden wicket, to be specific? One more delivery, and Peculiar will be trying to get off the mark, but doesn't. That was a hit straight to point. And to end the over, the best of the overs for Team Sierra Leone, a maiden over and a maiden wicket over. 94 for 2 after 17 overs. And the dugout looking just like that, very calm. 277 is the projected score. And with the way they are going, they will be very happy for themselves. Still, Kenneth Boniface still out there, as well as Bright Young, the two good batters of the team, with Kenneth Boniface going home with 2 Player of the Match awards, one versus Rwanda and the other versus Ghana. Driven into the covers, and they will just settle and not trying so hard, not trying to overhit the ball. Is the captain. 52 deliveries faced so far, and having scored 31, he's still cruising, but he will have to allow the other batters to play alongside him, to play around him. And those will be buys as the umpires call for the team physio to do the concussion test for the wicket keeper of Team Sierra Leone. Ibrahim Bangura to get back from the road end, and Ibrahim being given beautiful looking shot, picking up the gap, and beautifully done, finding his way out to stop runs and save 2 more runs for Sierra Leone, as the Team Nigeria cruises now into the 3 figures. Ibrahim Bangura bowling his 9th over. An appeal not given. The umpire nodding his head, not interested at all. And this will take us to the end of over number 18. 97 for 2 is what the scoreboard is reading. Willie John. Now, the biggest thing, the biggest part will be after Ibrahim and Willie John, who will be coming in to bowl now. Ibrahim bowling 9 overs, conceding 41 runs. And picked up that 1 wicket with an economy of 4.56. And Willie John bowling his 8th over after the 2 bowlers, obviously giving them the opportunity to bowl through. The idea might have been to get breakthroughs earlier on, to get some wickets earlier on, but it didn't go that way because the Nigerians have tried to hold their nerves going in and going into this particular encounter, the inning itself. They have managed to build beautifully and didn't give away their wickets just like that. But now, after the 2 bowlers, Dennis James will have to get back. And again, the captain will have to find more and more options to try and give Sierra Leone a chance to go on and restrict Nigeria to a less total, as the captain mentioned. Peculiar, just 2 runs off 10 deliveries. There is no harm. It is longer version, still have the whole time in the world. An edge. Was it an edge? Not really. The umpire, Patrick Makumbi, nodding his head, gives nothing away. From the pads, and to end over number 1998 for 2. Ibrahim Bangura to bowl his last over. Hits hard, finding the fielder in the dip. Who does the fielding? Is the captain himself, being offered full, and will get a single from that. And given the treatment it deserves, is the loose ball from Ibrahim, fully tossed up and making sure that it goes all the way to the boundary. And Peculiar earns himself a boundary. And loose balls who go after those all day long. And that for that boundary gets Nigeria into the three figures, 103 for the loss of only 2 wickets. Now inside 20 overs. Ibrahim Bangura. Still, the question is still the same. After Bangura, who comes into ball? And having conceded 46 runs in his 9.3 overs, 3 more deliveries. And Peculiar trying to go after Bangura. 3 dot balls in a row. 1 more delivery to come. Bangura 46 is what he considered. Picked up 1 wicket in his full 10 overs. Inside 20 overs, the score reads 103 for the loss of 2 wickets is Team Nigeria.
Comes back into the attack from the mountain end. A boring statistics. Calentry, the most wicket taker, has 12 wickets. His name is Stanley from Ghana. The first delivery is a single. Brings Peculiar Egamas on the strike. Plays to the mid wicket. Tried to sneak in a single, but the fielder does it well. Picks up once and giving batsman no chance to get off the strike. Plays it hard down to the middle for a single. Comes back into on strike is Ari Raymond with 35 runs in 56 deliveries. Plays it straight and hard into the cover, but it is a dot ball. Charges in for the 4th delivery of the over. Plays it but straight to the fielder. in mid wicket.
Ali Ryman will not be those kind of batters who will try so hard yet to register a half century in the tournament so far. But the potential that he possesses, the power that he possesses, again plays a big part. After 21 overs, 106 for 2. And of course, you would want to go on and spend some time on the wicket. 59 deliveries faced, 36 is the score. You would want to stretch the inning going forward to give yourself a chance to accelerate later in the innings. And the beauty of 50 overs, the longer you stay, the more runs you get to score. And the key to Team Nigeria to put up a very a good fighting total will be playing their full 50 overs. They have a very good batting lineup, the batting depth as well. Peculiar and Ali still unbeaten. Kenneth Boniface yet to join, as well as Bright. Loose ball maximized, and that will be maximum number 1. Maximum number 1 this time round from Peculiar Egemasi. Loose balls like those will come any day. How consistent would you be, and how consistent can you get to give nothing away, to not give away loose balls? Know the best of the throws, and the ram throws cannot do you good for sure if you are trying to get a breakthrough, if you're trying to break a partnership. Driven through the covers for a single. The strike rotation is going on very well with the Nigerians. And the beauty of it is both ends. There are runs on both ends. Everyone is scoring, and it should be more and more. That goes all the way to the boundary. 2 boundaries in the over. And it is a Peculiar Egemasi who got a maximum, and this time around gets a boundary, 4 runs, adding to the total 119. And now cruising, you could see Peculiar after he came in, joining the captain, trying to go on and get more boundaries. When he came in, that is when the 2 batters have tried to step on the pedal to accelerate and try to give themselves a chance to score some runs. And after 22 overs, 119 for 2, with Peculiar 18 of 22 and Ali Raymond 38 of 61 deliveries. Willie John to ball his last over, having deployed a deep extra cover, long off, long on. And of course, the third man, having opened up, but still the batters finds their way out in getting those boundaries in. Conceding 42. And how well can he finish his spell of 10 overs? Having got that one wicket, of Hosanna Omonkobio, slight edge and Nick, the keeper, not trying so hard, not giving it the effort to take that and to make it 3 wickets down. But the Nigerians will take that as Ali Rahman comes on strike. Driven beautifully, and fielder in the dip does the fielding nicely. Nicely done. Very good effort. And they will settle for just a double. A quick meeting by the two batters. Might be trying to sneak in a quick single right there into the covers or mid-wicket region. And dot ball it will be. 23 overs done, 123 for the loss of 2 wickets. As Team Rwanda cruises, but still the struggle continues as they lose their 7th wicket, 88 for 7 in 27.3 overs. And Alia Kamara gets back and gets back to ball over number 24. And the line is bowling looks very good. Going forward, asking so many questions as well. Putting stumps into play will allow the batter to also try something, to give a chance. And 50 overs, when a chance comes, you just need to make sure you hold tighter. Doesn't come often. Single for Peculiar to get off a strike to allow the captain to get back on strike. Sloppy by the mid-wicket fielder, and the ball, did it run all the way to the boundary? And not really. Some football skills from the fielder in the dip. Saves 2 runs for Team Sierra Leone. And they will run for a couple. 126 for 2 after 24 overs. Bowling change. All the way from the mount end, it will be Peter. He will be trusted to get into the attack. Can he get a breakthrough? Can he get a wicket? Can he push the overs? Because the more you keep putting pressure on the batters, of course, the more they will try and they make mistakes along the way, along the process. And very sloppy by the fielder will allow the batters to get back for the second. The captain himself, he screens, Charles Kamara, trying to go for a big swing, is Peculiar Ikemasi. He is a big hitter of the cricket ball. But now that you still have 25 more overs to come, hits that one, and he will get the rewards. He gets a boundary. Like they say that higher risks, higher rewards, and he gets rewarded with a boundary. Gets down on one knee and places that one into square leg region, but a bit wider for the square leg fielder to get a chance to stop that particular ball. Places it nicely. The ball is racing away. Who wins the race? The fielder wins the race and saves 2 runs for the team. And the placement was massive. Just knowing what the outfield can offer, knowing how quick it is, and to allow himself to get a double. 8 runs from 4 deliveries, with 2 more to come. How many can the Nigerians get in this particular over? And a quick single it will be. The fielders not being at their toes. And the batters maximizing on that, because the two, including Peculiar, who registered beautiful looking shot, one bounce into the boundary, is the captain And the captain cruises now. Gets a boundary. Beautiful looking shot over the infield. One bounce into the boundary. The score moves to 1. The score moves to 139 for 2. Halfway the innings. And that particular boundary gets the captain to 47 of 67 deliveries. Halfway the innings, 25 more overs to come. Is Team Nigeria. And a single to start things off in style. To start the 26th over. And that brings up 140 for Team Nigeria. The batters doing a massive job for the team, building partnerships, and of course you can't score 400 just like that. 400 comes with partnerships after partnerships. 2 centuries in just one inning can give you a hint, can give you an idea of what the batters can offer and what the batters can do. Now the captain moves 48 with 2 runs shying away from his half century in the tournament, mentioning that Nigeria wanting to finish on a high note. Is he going to finish on a high note with a half century as well? That's the question, and we can only wait and find out. We'll get a single and moves to 49. And one more delivery to come. Will he keep the strike the very next over? Alia Kamara to ball the last delivery. Dot ball to finish over number 26. 144 for 2. With Peculiar and Ali unbeaten and still going. And people having came out to support. Of course, being at Gahanga, watching 2 games at once is the beauty of being here at the magnificent Gahanga Cricket Stadium. Ground A being Rwanda and Uganda. Both teams having qualified for Division 1, but still, both teams wanting to finish on high. Whoever wins this particular encounter tops the table, and Rwanda not being at their best with the bat in hand, just being bowled out on 89 in 28.4 overs. Uganda will respond few minutes to come. And we get to see where Uganda finishes at. Peter Mara pulls two dotted deliveries with Ali Rahman on 49, one run, shying away from his half century. Hits that one nicely. And Ali Rahman, it took him 4 deliveries to get the one run he was required to get to his half century in style. 50 runs for the captain, and the captain talking about finishing on a high note, and again he decides to finish on a high note with a half century. The captain running quickly, and the fielding again continues to be Sierra Leone nightmare. Them not giving themselves a chance, not doing justice for themselves. Misfielding the throws, not the best of the throws. And Ali Rahman, 67 is the strike rate. 4 boundaries on his name. Those should be leg byes. As we get to the closure of offer number 27, 148 for 2. Alia Kamara gets into the attack. An appeal ungiven is a Gasana Christian who doesn't hesitate at all. Gives that one as Peculiar will be making his way back into the dugout. And Peculiar trying to show that it was bat first, but the umpire was right there. He is the sole judge. He knows what he is doing. 148 for 3 after 27.2 overs is Team Nigeria. Kenneth Boniface will have to make his way into the middle, joining the captain. The two knows exactly what the team needs. They've been there. They've done so well to give Team Nigeria a qualification to Division 1. And now Kenneth Boniface, on the very first day, the first game against Uganda, Kenneth Boniface scored a 97, just 3 runs shied away from his century. and got out as Uganda needed the last wicket to bowl out Team Nigeria, and finished on 176, of which didn't take Uganda a lot to chase it down. Lost the game by 5 wickets. Was Team Nigeria. Later on, came back, fought hard, and tried to get a win straight up. Started with Sierra Leone, Ghana, and beat Rwanda as well to register their third win, as they qualified immediately after that particular encounter, as Kenneth Boniface was awarded as the player of the match. Now he comes in, joining the captain. Both of them, we have seen what the captain is capable of. Kenneth hits this cricket ball very hard and very far. Now it is up to the Sierra Leone to get this partnership broken, to give a chance to the other batters as well. Now Kenneth going away from the line of the ball. Can we see second maiden wicket over? Last delivery coming. Hits that one hard, finding the fielder in the dip, square leg. And they will settle for just a single. And at 28 overs done, 149 for 3.
Balls pulls the ball away and goes for the boundary. Balls that one on the leg side of the batsman and placed it nicely for the boundary. A fast boundary for Kenneth Boniface. Loud appeal, but the umpire shows no interest. Kenneth Boniface looking to go hard on that one again, but misses that one. Plays it down to the gully, but the fielder is ready to take that one at once, and it is a dot ball. Excellent bowling from Peter Mara. Balls into the stump. Squeeze, try to squeeze that one into the batsman's pads.
The wicket keeper showing the umpire that the ball went straight to the stumps, but the umpire is not aware at all. Hits that one in between the fielders, and a very good fielding effort from the two in the middle. In the middle, as the two batters runs quickly and picks up a double. To allow Nigeria to get to 155 for 3 after 29 overs. Hits hard, a chance, and through the hands of the captain himself, Charles Kamara, for a maximum. Ali Rahman, loose ball, but the bowler had created an opportunity. Goes through the hands, really. And the captain cruises now, 56. On his name is Ali Rahman. Will this be even more through the legs? And it goes for even more. Another boundary. 10 runs from 2 deliveries. The question now will be, in the next 20 overs, how far will Nigeria go with the fielding that is letting Leone down? First up, a chance from the captain, and it was put down by the other captain on the other side. Now a boundary that goes through the legs. It is driven down the ground. The skipper in the deep restricts Nigeria to just a single to get Kenneth on strike. Hits that one through the gap and finds a boundary. Quickly, like a trace of a bullet, and gets another boundary, 3 in the over. Beautiful looking shot through the covers, and he knew exactly where the gaps are, finds it, and finds a boundary. Alia Kamara, as Nigeria goes into the 170s now for 3. One more delivery to complete the 30th over. Dot ball to finish the over. And now 30 overs done. 170 for the loss of 3 wickets is Team Nigeria. The head coach, Daniel Jim, looking very, very okay. Things are going into their favor as the projected score reads 284. They just need 230. The score that the captain said it will be enough to give themselves a chance to fight and defend. It's hard. The fielder does it just like that, gives away a boundary, and Kenneth Boniface joins the party, gets another. And loose balls, short, too short, and you're bowling spin, off spin. Trying to go over, trying to access the rope, and we'll get a single from that particular delivery. And the strike rotation going Nigerian's way, gets another single to bring Kenneth on strike. The bowler uses the feet and allows nothing to be given away. But having gotten that boundary in the over will do the math for Nigeria. Beautifully done. And a dot ball to end the over. It is 177 for 3 after 31 overs. And the umpires will call for the drinks break as Team Mozambique will lose their 5th consecutive game, and Ghana won by 10 wickets, chasing 56, and have gotten the score inside 10 overs, 7 overs, .5. Alia Kamara will get back into the attack from the road end, holding over number 32. And Ali Raymond finishing on a high note, driven powerfully, finding a deep extra cover fielder. They will settle for just a single. And of course, to keep things going, Kenneth Boniface gets on strike. His third one straight. And the captain in the deep, Charles Kamara, does the fielding. Gives away just a single. And 180 comes up for the Nigerians. Trying to go through the covers, gets nothing. Is 180 for 3 after 32 overs. Kenneth will be on strike. Punches that one down the ground, gets a single. And Kenneth Boniface, being one of the senior players in the team, and as well as doing seniority role in the team, hits hard in the gap, the fielder in the deep, not being very alert. And that will be a maximum to make it 70 runs on his name. Is the captain himself. Goes into the cow corner region, gets a maximum. And of course, he will be eyeing at even more. A shout of catch, but goes through the hands and goes all the way to the boundary. Look at that, throwing the arms, just getting in the line of the ball and knowing where exactly the gaps are. Gets a boundary, is the captain. Moves to 74 of 86 deliveries. And what stood out for me in this particular tournament is the mindset the positivity from the batters, because 50 overs with bat in hand explains a lot on how you as an individual plays and what you can offer to the team. The batters displayed immense skill going into the 50 overs. Of course, 50 overs is a very good taste of skill, the character itself, as well as how patient you can be going into a 50 over game. And we've seen so many teams playing 40 plus overs, and some of the games, some teams played the full 50 overs. And longer versions is all about that, understanding yourself and understanding well the assignment and what you need to do and contribute to the team. Back-to-back boundaries from Ali Raymond, the captain. And he will be on strike. And the captain himself will have to depart. Raymond Ali not being very happy for being dismissed. But again, it's the character that you show, is the character that you display as a leader. You've got to be an example to the rest of the team, but not showing the best of the character that a captain possesses. And the game itself doesn't allow that. And Peter Mara gets the last laugh because he gets the wicket, and the big wicket of the captain Ali Rahman. 191 for 4 after 32.5 overs. Perumi Orimolade comes in to bat, joining Kenneth Boniface. The over that went for 11, but gotten a wicket is Peter Mara. And 191 for 4 after 33 overs. 17 more overs to come. How far can Nigeria go? And how long will it take Sierra Leone to bowl out Nigerians? Or how long will it take Sierra Leone? And what deliveries are they going to bowl to try and not leak runs going forward.
Arya Kamara comes into the attack from the road end. Now it's Kamara versus Boniface. Team Nigeria looking forward to maximize 70 overs remaining. And the wicket keeper goes to recover the ball and misses it and hits him hard. He's laying on the ground. The medical teams are coming in to check on him. Nigeria looking forward to maximize the 17 overs remaining. The score is 192 for 4 in 33 overs. Kamara continues from the load end. Plays it nicely and straighter to the long off for a single. Now a new batsman on a strike, who is yet to get off the mark. Balls it fuller and hit straight to the bowler, and release a dot ball. Balls it straight into the stump, and batsman played it very defensively. Loud appeal. Yes, it is. The finger goes up and went for a duck in 3 the rivals first. And Team Sierra Leone got their 5 wicket, and the score is 193. The new batsman coming in is Bright Nyonga, the man with the fastest century, 101 in 38 deliveries, comes into the attack. Two balls remaining to finish the over number 34. The loud appeal again, and the finger goes up. Blight Nyonga goes for the dark in the first delivery that he faced. And Nigeria loses their sixth wicket. The score is still 193 in 33 overs. Now Kamara on hat trick. Excellent comeback from Team Sierra Leone. Back-to-back wicket. Now the new batsman in is Daniel Ayodele to face the last delivery of Kamara. And Kamara, who is on a hat trick. This particular ball is a hat trick ball. Daniel plays it so defensively, and the dot ball brings us to the end of the over number 34, and the score is 193 for 6. Peter Mara comes back from the mountain end. Kenneth Boniface on strike, and Daniel Ayodele on non-strike. Plays down to the gully for a dot ball. Hit it that one hard and goes for the maximum. Kenneth Boniface hit the maximum from it was full ball, balled on the leg side, and plays nicely and hit that one hard. Placed it, but straight to the fielder in the cover by Kenneth Boniface. Trying to place the ball to get off the strike. Plays it straight to the long on for a single. to finish this over. Balls nicely by Peter Mara. A dot ball again from Peter Mara and brings us to the end of the over number 35. The score is 200 for 6.
Uh, 200 comes up for Team Nigeria. 200 for 6. Again, very good effort from Sierra Leone. Alia Kamara picking up 3. And hits that one nicely. A chance goes begging. And a boundary it will be. As Daniel Ayodele gets off the mark and gets off the mark in style with a boundary on his name. And the Team Rwanda having finished at 89 all out in 28.4 overs. And now Team Uganda trying to respond. And now 2 wickets have already fell. 25 runs on board. Hit hard. There is no protection whatsoever. But the fielding still is letting Sierra Leone down. Boundary. And Daniel gets another boundary on his name. Look at that. Such a big hit, big heave, and a long on being too wide and allows Daniel to get another boundary. Back to back. Dot ball this time round. And to end over number 36, 209 for 6. As whoever is watching from the screens, we are very lucky to be around Gahanga. Of course, the applause from people who came in to support the Rwandans playing on the other side. And the Rwandans are now have already taken 3 wickets. 25 for 3 after 4.3 overs. Punch down the ground. Mistimed that one, and it'll pick up just a single. And Peter Mara doing so well, bowling at the end, trying to sneak in more and more dot balls. Again, dot balls and put down. Opportunities coming and opportunities being put down is now Team Sierra Leone not being at their best with the fielding. A chance at long off, and that was it because it was put down. Kenneth Boniface survives on that one. Three runs in the over so far. Very decent over. And last delivery. How well can Peter close off the over? With a dot ball. And to take us to the end of over number 37, 212 for 6 is a Team Nigeria. Alia Kamara to get back into the attack. Hits that one down the ground to find the fielder in the dip, who messes up, and the batters gives themselves a chance for the second. Kenneth Boniface now into the 30s. Having gotten those two big wickets of Peculiar Egemasi as well as Bright Nyong, who scored centuries previously on Thursday against Mozambique. And today, Kenneth Boniface still going. And you could see the shots he's trying to play. Looking back on the back foot, punches. Loose ball hit down the ground. The fielder in the dip does the fielding. And saves 3 runs for Team Sierra Leone. With 4 deliveries gone, 3 runs so far in this particular over. Dot ball to keep things going is Alia Kamara. And having given away 2 chances. Up in the air, a fielder underneath. Will this be an opportunity? And put down. The ball is racing all the way to the boundary and it rolls straight to the boundary. 2 fielders converging. None of the 2 was interested because the communication wasn't there at all. The 2 of them decided to let the ball go to the boundary. Look at that. One left it for the other, and that was it. No recovery whatsoever, and the ball raced all the way to the boundary. as Daniel gets another boundary on his name. 219 for 6 after 38 overs. Nigeria cruising, as well as Sierra Leone, not very proud of what they are doing themselves. They are actually not doing justice to themselves. Peter Mara to bowl his 8th over. And start off with a dot ball, having conceded 50 runs in his 7 overs. Punches down the ground. He's Kenneth Boniface, looking very, very solid. Things are going nicely with him. Too short, hit hard. A chance this time round. It will be taken in the deep. Alia Kamara takes the catch to dismiss Daniel Ayodele, who is looking to be aggressive, but not anymore because he's making his way back into the dugout as Peter Mara registers his 2nd wicket in this very first innings of the game. Nigeria taking on Sierra Leone, 220 for 7 after 38.3 overs. Into the black hole is Peter Mara. And to join Kenneth Boniface is Abdullahi Ismail. And what an over this is turning out to be. Just 1 run, last delivery. Driven straight to the fielder for a dot ball. And 39 overs done. 220 for 7 is Team Nigeria. Kamara, loose ball. not given the treatment it deserves. Tossed up and gets a single is Kenneth Boniface. And to bring Abdullahi Ismail, who is yet to get off the mark, on strike. And properly executed. And what a way to get off the mark by Ismail. Boundary on his name and boundary for Team Nigeria. Now, Alia Kamara. .2 overs bowled, 4 more deliveries to complete his spell of 10 overs. 6-3 is what he conceded so far. Picked up 3 wickets. A slight outside edge. And gets nothing out of that. Hits that one 2 straight. And very good effort. A run out opportunity not given. Boniface arrives safely just like yesterday. They'll pick up a double. And very good effort in the deep at a long off. Can Nigeria get to 300 mark? And that was hit straight into the bowler's hands. And the bowler, it was too hot to handle. Straight into the hands and put down. Another opportunity. And dot ball to end the over. 40 overs done. Nigeria are still going 227 for 7 after 40 overs into the last 10. A double. They all set up for just a double. Which was looking to be an easy single, turns out to be a double. Still coming back to the fielding of Team Sierra Leone. So many runs were given away. It is now Peter Mara bowling his 9th over. Conceded 53. Picked up 2. Hits hard. An opportunity. And it was put down. More and more opportunities going just like that. Not giving the ball enough elevation to clear the boundary. Giving away a chance, but the Sierra Leone not being able to maximize on that. The Rwandans 33 for 3 is Uganda in 8.5 overs, needing 57 runs to win from 247 balls. And after 41, Nigeria is on 230 for 7. There is the bowling scorecard on your screens with Arya Kamara 3 wickets on his name with an economy of 6.5. 65 is what he conceded in his 10 overs. And Peter Mara 2 wickets. Willie John and Ibrahim Bangura 1 wicket apiece. 34 is the number of extras given away by the bowling department of Team Sierra Leone. Now 9 more overs to come. With 9 more overs, the strike rate, the projected score reads 281 with a current run rate of 5.6. Will they be looking forward to increase the current run rate? They will need to step on the gear to accelerate now into the acceleration mode. But the wickets column, 3 wickets in hand. But having 3 wickets in hand when you still have Kenneth Boniface in, then you are good to go. 230 for 7. After 41 overs is Nigeria. And now a change of bowling. Dennis James to bowl from the road end, and will have to get back to bowl his third after bowling from the other end, after not being given a warm welcome earlier in the innings, and now being trusted to get back into the attack later in the innings, bowling over number 42 with 9 more overs to go to complete the first innings. Kenneth Boniface will be on strike. Clips that one off the pads, and it runs all the way to the boundary. It is Team Sierra Leone. The bowlers not doing themselves justice, but again, the fielders. Having 5 fielders patrolling the boundary. Having a deep fine leg. Square leg who is a bit square. Cow corner, a long on, a long off, and a deep extra cover in place. Cruises into the 40s is Kenneth Boniface. To full and hits in the same area. This time round, it should be a double, and they'll get a double. Beautifully done. And now Kenneth taking the matters into his own hands, making sure that he gives Team Nigeria a fighting total in the end. 236 for 7 so far. Kenneth Boniface, you could see the intent from Kenneth. He still wants to take the game on. He still wants to go after bowlers. Into the last overs, of course, when you're trying to give yourself a chance to put a very good total on board, good to go, good to accelerate. 5 runs, pardon, it should be 7 runs given away in this particular over. And finally, a dot ball. Hits it down the ground. And the beauty of Abdullahi Ismail, the opening bowler for Team Nigeria, now he's making sure that Kenneth Boniface gets the strike and faces most of the deliveries. Into this particular stage of the game, hits it down the ground. Cow corner in place, as well as long on who does the fielding. And 42 overs done, 239 for 7, and Kenneth Boniface to keep the strike. Peter Mara to bowl his last of his spell. Locks on the back foot is Kenneth. And will get a single to bring Abdullah Ismail on a strike. Kenneth Boniface now 4 runs shy away from his half century. He'll get a single to get Kenneth back on strike. Will he try to take on Peter? And very good delivery that is. And Kenneth Boniface not allowing himself to take risks. Hits hard and hard enough to clear the boundary as he gets to 50. One away to get to a half century in style with a boundary. And Kenneth Boniface will not hesitate. He offers a loose ball. He maximizes 50 of 45 balls, five boundaries, and 1 maximum with a healthy strike rate of 111. And beautifully done. Really pushing to finish on high notes is Team Nigeria. And 60 runs conceded is Peter Mara. Picked up 2 wickets in his 10 overs. 245 for 7 after 43 into the last 7 overs.
Comes back into the attack again. Dennis James from the load end. Abdullah Ismail on strike. Plays straight to the cover, run out chance, but the communication between the batter was accurate and was on time. They managed to get a single. A very effective communication between the batter in the middle. That was a risky single, but they managed to get it with ease. Struck that one hard, straight to the longo. And the fielder does the fielding and does good work. Excellent fielding from the fielder in the deep. Nigeria looking forward to maximize the 6.4 ball over remaining. Excellent bowling from Dennis James. And it is a dot ball. Kenneth Boniface telling Ismail to try and give him a strike and let him execute. And this time played straight to the cover, and they didn't. For a dot ball. Excellent bowling from Dennis James. This time round goes wide. He's been struggling with wides since the beginning of this inning. Plays down to the fine leg for a single and give Boniface a strike. The last ball to finish the over number 44. And the bowler is Dennis James. Played it hard down the ground, straight to the fielder on the long off for a single. And the single brings us to the end of the over number 44, and the score is 250 for 7. And Adele, from coach perspective, what will be the strategy towards the last 5 overs if you were part of Team Nigeria?
I still feel what Kenneth and Abdullah Ismail are doing is very good. Kenneth Boniface, with the ability he possesses, he's making sure that he keeps the strike. And keeping the strike means there is a possibility of a boundary somewhere and somehow. And he's doing that really. The fact that Abdullah is also looking for those singles to give strike to the set batter, he's actually playing his role. And inside edge, the ball is racing all the way. Who wins the race? The ball wins the race and goes to the boundary. And an inside edge, but runs are runs. 4 runs it is on Kenneth Boniface's name. 254 now for 7, with 5.5 overs to come. And again, coming back to that, the intent that Kenneth is displaying, it shows that he really, really wants that to be him. Still knowing that in the dugout with two more wickets outside, he is the right man to keep the wicket, to keep his wicket, occupy the crease for some time, and play the full 50 overs. If he makes his way on to the last ball of the 50th over, then we'll be singing a different song. And very good stuff there from the fielders in the deep. Saves 2 runs for Team Sierra Leone. They'll pick up just a double, and he's making sure that the first run he's going as fast as he can to get back for the second to keep the strike. Into the pads, and Charles Camara, the captain himself, gets into the attack to try and break this ongoing partnership. Kenneth Boniface, to be specific, as the set batter. Cuts away, and it will get a single into the last delivery. And still the fielding keeps haunting Sierra Leone. Overthrow to make it a double. And will Kenneth Boniface get a single to keep the strike in the very next over? Hits that one down in the deep at Kaukona region, and for sure he gets a single to keep the strike. 45 overs done. So far, Nigeria has done so good, keeping the wickets, pushing the overs. Now, 5 more overs to come. 259 for 7 is what the scoreboard reads at the moment. Dennis James gets back into the attack, hits that one down the ground, straight as an arrow, and gets to the boundary. Is Kenneth Boniface cruising now. And beautiful looking shot. The bowler didn't know whatsoever what to do on that particular stroke. Kenneth Boniface being offered full and straight, and of course hits that one for a boundary to make it 263 into. Hits hard down the ground, and the protection in the deep does it so well. Abdullahi Ismail gets on strike. Dennis James, having struggled from the start, and the struggle continues. A healthy outside edge And fortune favors the brave, they say. A boundary. Abdullahi Ismail again joining Kenneth Boniface. 4 more runs. It was a very good delivery. And the fact that Sierra Leone do not have a third man fielder, and it races all the way to the boundary. 2 in the over. And on the other side, Uganda chasing 89, in need of just 13 runs to win in 203 balls. On 77 for 4 after 16.1 overs. And such a lovely comeback from Dennis. 2 dotted deliveries in a row with 1 more to come. Kenneth Boniface, the unbeaten 66 of 56 with 14 of 22 is Ismail Abdullahi. Will he keep the strike? Kenneth hits that one powerfully and finds a boundary is Abdullahi Ismail. What a beautiful looking shot that is. Picking up the gap and knowing exactly where the long on fielder is, being too wide and too wide to stop that. 272 for 7 after 46 overs. 4 more overs to come. And 28 more runs to get to 300 mark is Team Nigeria. The captain gets back. Hit hard. Very good effort from the fielder in the covers. Have taken a single. And Sierra Leone gifts another single to make it a double. As Kenneth Boniface gets back on strike. Down the ground to find a long off, a fielder for a single. And now that Abdullahi Ismail is joining Kenneth Boniface in dealing in boundaries, will they get one in this particular over? Deep extra cover, long off, long one, the cow corner in place. An edge. An outside edge went straight to Peter Mara at point region, and the return throw can do no harm to Nigerian batters. Kenneth swings hard, and they'll get back for the second. And I still feel if the fielding from Sierra Leone was at its best since the start, they have dropped so many catches. They've given away so many chances in slips from the start into the second over. Hits that one down the ground, straight as an arrow, and that goes all the way to the boundary. Now, 280 for Team Nigeria. Look at that, too full and to be driven down the ground. The fielder at long on can watch that goes over the rope for a boundary. 10 runs to find this very over, and one more delivery to come. And inside edge, that didn't go anywhere as the bowler fields from his own bowling. 282 for 7 after 47 overs. 3 more to come. That will be 18 balls. And in 18 balls to come, will they get to 300 mark? Kenneth Boniface, 25 runs away from getting to a century in this particular tournament, with 18 more runs needed to get to 300 mark. And let's see who gets the last laugh, with Abdullahi Ismail on strike. Shot number 99, James Dennis gets back into the attack. Now will Abdullahi get Kenneth the strike? Of course, he will be chasing 300 mark, as well as Kenneth Boniface trying to push to get to a century. And let's see how this goes. 17 more deliveries to come. Cleans him over is Dennis James, and himself a wicket later in the inning. That goes through the gates, and the Timbers are scattered. 282 for 8. Now into the 48th over, 47.2 overs, as Nigeria lose another wicket. And to join Kenneth Boniface, Emmanuel Oladejo comes in. Ball number 3. An appeal not given. And they will settle for just that. The leg by as Kenneth Boniface gets on strike. Kenneth Boniface on 75 of 61 deliveries. Goes hard down the ground. He'll get a single. You could see what he's looking forward to. He's looking forward to keep runs going, keep the scoreboard ticking. Now 14 more balls. White ball it will be. There was an appeal from the keeper, the ball as well, as the umpire revokes, and that went slash the pads, and dot ball it will be, with one more to complete the over. A decent over this is, just 2 runs, as Emmanuel Oladejo keeps the strike. Too short, up in the air, and the chance will be taken at point region. Peter Mara takes the catch. Easiest of the catches, I might say, to make it 9 wickets down for Team Nigeria. And what a way to close off the over. Beautifully taken, comfortably. And Peter Mara, just like that, 284 for 9 after 48 overs. 12 more balls to come. And now this has to be a mind game. Has to be Kenneth Boniface to keep the game going. Kenneth Boniface is left hanging. Kenneth being left hanging in there alone. And this time round, will he be facing most of the deliveries? Goes for a big swing. and he will be expected to go for even more, is Kenneth Boniface. Pace off delivery to make it 2 dot balls in a row. He would love to give Team Nigeria a fighting total. And of course, being Sierra Leone, they haven't hit this kind of score in this particular tournament. Straight into the bowler's hands, and the bowler was not interested at all. And Patrick Makumbi counting the number of fielders outside the inner ring. At no ball, Patrick Makumbi counting the number of fielders outside the inner ring, and there were 6. Free hit, and gets just a single from that. With 9 more deliveries to come. Can they get to 300 mark in just 9 deliveries left? Hits hard, and Kenneth Boniface, being aware and understanding exactly what is needed, and being able to know and exactly knowing that it is a no ball, he didn't want to run whatsoever. Free hit coming up, and not maximized. Got back, got into the stumps. Got into the stumps trying to access the leg side region, fine leg region, and the ball went straight into the timbers, but it was a free hit. Slower delivery, and maximized on that particular delivery with the maximum. Kenneth Boniface trying to keep things going for Team Nigeria, and now cruises. Pace off delivery in the zone, and it was there for the taking, and Boniface can never hesitate. Now moves to 83, and the score moves to 294, and beautifully done. That races all the way. Fielder in the deep. Deep fine leg does the fielding. As Kenneth Boniface will keep the strike in the last over. 295 for 9 in 49 overs. Into the last 6 deliveries, and now only 4 fielders are allowed outside the inner ring. They're over it now, and Sierra Leone will suffer with 1 fielder short outside the inner ring. Dennis James to ball over number last, over number 50. Down the wicket, hits that one, down the ground. Just like a bullet off the blade and goes all the way to the boundary. 299 for Team Nigeria down the ground, and the umpire had to save himself, moves away, and the ball runs all the way to the boundary. Kenneth now moves, cruising into the 90s, 88. He will never want to get off a strike. He understands properly what he needs to do and what he can offer to the Nigerians. 1 run shying away from 300 mark with 1 wicket to bowl out Nigeria. Oh my goodness, beautifully done, and superb effort in the deep by the captain Charles Kamara, and they will settle for just a double to make it 3 balls gone, 6 runs conceded so far, and what an effort that is. Beautifully done. .300 up for Team Nigeria. Hits that one down the ground. Kenneth Boniface. Still, he wants to keep the strike, and that shows you the understanding of the assignment that he is up to. He knows exactly what might happen in the next 2 deliveries. Getting a 6 and a boundary will take him to a century. Hits that one hard and hard enough to clear the rope, and that will be a maximum. And I'll tell you what, he is only 4 runs shying away from his century. 96. Look at that, coming down the ground, meets the ball, and the connection was enough to clear the rope. The fielder at long on can only watch that sail over his head. 6 runs and last delivery into the last ball of the 50th over. Can Boniface get a century? On the very first day of the tournament, he scored a 97, and he was caught when Uganda needed 1 wicket to bowl Nigeria out. They were bowled out for 176. Last ball coming up. Hits it hard, and guess what? Beautifully done. And what a way to get a century in style. Beautifully done. And I'll tell you what, Kenneth Boniface saw this one coming and made sure he had to put in much effort. And the 6th century in the tournament. And it is none other than Kenneth Boniface, needing just 10 runs to get to a century, a 6 and a 4 to seal the deal for Team Nigeria. And Nigeria finishes on 311 for 9 in their full 50 overs. Sierra Leone will need 312 runs to win from their whole allotted 50 overs. Look at that. Beautifully done. And hitting that ball through the line. And a century on Kenneth Boniface's name. Hosanna Omonkobio from the start, 30 of 39 with 4 boundaries. The captain's knock, Ali Rahman, 74 of 88, 2 maximums and 6 boundaries. With Peculiar Egemasi as well, 33 of 41, 1 maximum, 3 boundaries. The unbeaten century from Kenneth Boniface, 74 balls is what he faced, and 10 boundaries with 3 maximums. As well as Daniel Ayodele, 13 of 14, 19 of 26, Abdullah Ismail, as well as Precious Ayeni, just 1, but not out. 38 is the number of extras from the bowling department of Team Sierra Leone. And now with the bowling scorecard, it will be Alia Kamara with 3 wickets. 65 runs is what he conceded in his 10 overs. Willie John and Ibrahim Bangura, 1 wicket apiece. Dennis James finishes on 2 wickets. 57 is what he conceded in his 7 overs. With the captain himself as well, 30 runs conceded in his 3 overs. And that was it for the first innings. With that 80-run partnership from Hosanna Omonkobio and Ali Rahman, as well as 62-run partnership Abdullah Ismail and Kenneth Boniface. Kenneth making sure that everyone plays around him, and he had carried the bat for Team Nigeria. Team Sierra Leone needing 312 to win from the whole allotted 50 overs. And we'll get back shortly for the run chase.
Respect. 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 Respect.
And welcome back for the second innings, and welcome back to the run chase. Nigeria early in the morning won the toss and immediately decided to bat first, giving themselves the opportunity to bat first. That simply means runs on board. That's exactly what they were looking forward to. And for sure, they pushed and pushed until Kenneth Boniface came in and didn't want to finish in the 90s again for the very second time. Given himself an opportunity, 2 balls remaining, 10 runs to get to a century, and a 6 and a 4 to seal things off in style. 311 for 9 is what Nigeria managed in their 50 overs. Team Sierra Leone needing 312 to win from their whole allotted 50 overs. And to open the bowling for Team Nigeria, it will be Precious Ayeni all the way from the Mount End. Alia Kamara to open the batting alongside the captain, Charles Kamara. First ball up, and first ball will be a wide delivery. Not the best way to start the innings. And Precious Ayeni giving away extra on the very fast delivery. Runs on board for Team Sierra Leone. And beautifully done. Starting asking questions. The captain, Charles Kamara, being able to survive on that particular delivery. Driven down the ground, finding Kenneth Boniface at mid-off. And for Nigeria, beautifully bowled, asking so many questions to the stumps is Precious. Nigeria, for them to seal off the victory, they will obviously need early breakthroughs, and Sierra Leone will have to be patient enough to keep things going. False start for Precious, and we'll have to get back and re-bowl that particular delivery. And yet to see who goes home with a West Africa Derby victory. This time round, it is the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2, which is getting closer to the end as we get closer to the closure of the tournament, this being the last day. It left Uganda going home unbeaten, 5 out of 5, and will be crowned champions of the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2, and have already qualified for Division 1 alongside Nigeria and Team Rwanda. More and more extras. More extras to start things off. We are into the first over. 3 deliveries. 3 deliveries gone. And 3 more to come. And 3 runs on board for Team Sierra Leone. The 3 are extras. And more dot balls. This time around, hits into the covers. Into the covers is Charles Kamara, the captain, and Bright Young not allowing anything to go through his hands as Precious deploys in first and second slips, as well as a third man and a deep fine leg. And what an over this is. 6 dotted deliveries, but given away 3 extras. 3 runs on board for naught after 1 over is Team Sierra Leone. 309 is what is required for Sierra Leone to win in 294 balls. It won't be a big ask for Team Sierra Leone, only if they go on and initiate a strike rotation approach, as well as they will be, of course, making sure that they keep their wickets. Abdullah Ismail to bowl from the road end. And what a pitch of a delivery to start things off. Just outside off stump. And Alia Kamara yet to get off the mark, as well as Captain Charles Kamara. And inside edge, and not the best of the throws, trying to attempt a run out. And Alia Kamara gets off the mark with a single, and that brings Charles Kamara back on strike. And Charles Kamara. The intent is very clear from that particular delivery. He is there to stay. and straight up, give it a bit of a bounce. It went straight into the ribs of Charles Kamara. And will be expected to be attended to by the medical team. And that was ruthless from Abdullah Ismail. 4 dot balls in a row. And hopefully he gets better. He is Charles Kamara, the captain. And we keep the proceedings going, and beautifully bowled, trying to bring the ball back into the batter. And Charles Kamara saw that one coming and made sure nothing goes through the gate. Five total deliveries. Beautifully bowled, and how in the world that misses the stumps? The bowler himself cannot get it. But that was it. What an over. This is a maiden over to complete over number 2, 3 runs for naught. Precious Ayeni to continue from the Mount End. False start once more, and we'll have to get back, recharge, and gets back to Team Sierra Leone. I can't say it's a big mountain to climb for Team Sierra Leone, because they only need 6 runs and over to give themselves a chance going forward. And currently, they are getting just 1 run, 1.8, closer to 2 runs and over. Swings hard, misses into the keeper's hands. Is Alia Kamara. Goes up in the air over the infield. And that should be the first boundary from Alia Kamara, as well as a fast boundary for Team Sierra Leone. And you could see what he wanted from the word go. Actually, previous ball, he wanted to take the bowler on. Is he going to keep things going just like that? Beautifully done. And normally, you've got to allow yourself to keep things going. And 50 overs, the only thing is you've got to minimize the risks. Minimizing risks, that simply means playing for long. You are trying to give yourself a chance to occupy the crease for longer, but the intent is very clear. You will try and take on bowlers. Goes through the line, misses, and last delivery to come to complete over number 3 for the second innings as Sierra Leone are up for the chase. Beautifully done. And what a way to end the over. 8 runs for naught after 3 overs. Driven down the ground, and what an effort. Very good effort from the fielder at point. That's up in the air. Will there be an opportunity? Lands safely. It lands safely. The bowler not being able to get back right on time. The cover fielder not allowing himself to get that particular opportunity given away by Alia Kamara. The beauty of getting inside with the bowler. That's up in the air. They should race all the way to the boundary. And the intent from Alia Kamara trying to get boundaries earlier on in the power play, maximizing on the field restrictions, trying to get runs on board earlier on. And beautifully done, not giving room to Alia to go for a pull. Gave it enough bounce, and Alia will have to survive. and 5 runs in this particular over. And hits that one. It is racing all the way, and it gets the boundary. 2 boundaries in the over to make it 9 runs in this over, and the score moves to 17 after 4 overs. Team Uganda have already finished their mission right here in Kigali. And Uganda, Kigali had been the hunting ground for Uganda, having qualified for the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup in the West Indies in 2021 right here in Kigali. And now they have qualified unbeaten to Division 1, going after that one spot at the World Cup is Nigeria, Rwanda, as well as Team Uganda. Finding Namibia, Kenya, Tanzania driven down the ground. The chase is on. And who wins the chase? It should be the umpire getting ready to indicate 4 runs. And the ball wins the race. The ball wins the race, and it will be a boundary. Good effort, but the effort goes in vain. And for sure, that was a boundary. Charles Kamara gets his first boundary. Team Sierra Leone dealing in boundaries. 2 full, driven down the ground, gets nothing. And again, with the intent of the 2 batters, the confidence and the courage to go after the 300. But still, everything is very doable right here. Beautiful looking shot, allowing himself to get off strike with a single. One more ball to complete the over. Cleans him over. And Precious Aeni closes the over in style with a bang. The stumps are scattered. The middle stump in the air. And Sierra Leone sheds the first blood as Alia Kamara departs back into the dugout. And 22 for 1 after 5. Abdullah Ismail to get back into the attack, bowling his third over. And the captain drives that one down the ground. The ball is racing away. Kenneth Boniface fields that one and saves 2 runs for Team Nigeria. And that was through the gate. Bangs it short. As Alia Kamara not being patient enough to keep the proceedings going for Team Sierra Leone. Beautifully done. Straight into the stamps. And Captain Charles on 8 of 19, David Lasayo gets into the middle to join the captain. And beautifully done. 2 for the over. As he receives the second warning. 3 dotted deliveries in a row with 2 more to come. And how long will it take Charles Kamara? Beautifully done. Way outside of stump. And Kamara trying to just tap on that. Trying to place that. It's the placement, especially when you're playing on ground B. You just need to place and the outfield does the rest. And that will take us to the end of over number 6, 24 for 1, Team Sierra Leone. Precious Ayeni starts off with a wide delivery. Earlier on, Sierra Leone have given so many of the extras. With Sierra Leone battling up to find themselves on the chase and trying to take off is David Lasayo, yet to get off the mark. And of course, with the likes of Ibrahim Bangura right there, having scored 102, not out when they were playing against Rwanda. and will be expected to go on and help the team, help Sierra Leone in the chase. Were beautifully done, driven, and what an effort from should be Kenneth Boniface, who saves so many runs for Team Nigeria. More and more extras from Precious Ayeni, not being very consistent. If you look at that delivery that he bowled to Kamara, that went straight into the stumps, pardon. Beautifully done, driven down the ground. Kenneth Boniface not being able to hold on to that one, and a single will be taken. Four runs so far in this very over. 6.5 is what is required per over. Now, two more legal deliveries to come as we get to the closure of over number 7. Pace off delivery. Will be eyeing at getting back for the second. Not interested at all, as the captain gets back on strike, and he will be on 9 of 23 deliveries. Dot ball to end the over. 29 for 1 after 7.
Good afternoon again. It's good to be back here, Gahanga, in the land chase of the game, Nigeria versus Sierra Leone. A very sunny afternoon. Abdullah Ismail comes back into the attack from the left end, and the man on strike is David Lasayo. Lays it hard, but straight to the fielder and fumbles that one and give a chance Sierra Leone to get a single. Plays it, but straight to the fielder in the cover. Run out chance. Poor throw from Team Nigeria. It was really a run out chance. The batsman was halfway into the pitch. Loud appeal. The umpire shows no interest in that. Pulls that one, but couldn't get the connection, and it is caught at short square leg there in the circle, and that brings to the end the innings of the captain Charles Kamara, 9 of 26 balls. Team Sierra Leone lost their second. A new batsman is walking in. This Nigeria, they are incredibly excited to take the wicket of the captain Charles Kamara. And the new batsman on the crease is Ibrahim Bangura. With two more deliveries to come. From Abdullah Ismail. Allowed appeal, but not out. Bounce that one again, and the batsman couldn't connect that one. And the dot ball brings us to the end of the over number 8. The score is 30 for the loss of 2 wickets.
A 30 for 2 after 8 is Team Sierra Leone. And having Precious and Abdullah Ismail striking in the first 7 overs. And this has already exposed the Sierra Leone's middle order batters. Beautifully done. And that races all the way to the boundary. Beautiful looking shot. Clips that one off the pads with the good use of the wrists and goes all the way to the boundary. not the best of the efforts from Peculiar. And the ball goes through him for a boundary. As David Lasayo gets a boundary on his name and for Team Sierra Leone. Same ball, but not the same results. Bowling on the pads. Having been exposed is Sierra Leone's middle order, and as well as Nigerian bowlers currently dominating the power play, and again forcing whoever comes in to bat to play defensively rather than now trying to go for the chase. And of course, they'll be trying so hard to go for the chase, but for how long will you be swinging hard? And beautifully bowled and very well played from David, as Sierra Leone's they would be expected, of course, to go home with their second win in the tournament. And the fielding side appealing but gets nothing from Patrick Makumbi. And Sierra Leone will be needing an extraordinary inning from one of the batters, Ibrahim Pangura to be specific, as a Centurion from Team Sierra Leone will be expected to deliver. To end the over, 34 for 2 after 9. The Sierra Leone, the dugout, of course, the coach trying to give hints to the next batter. Abdullah Ismail to get back. Swing and a miss is Ibrahim K. Pangura. Abdullah Ismail with the smiles. Beautiful delivery. He will keep asking himself question that why are you not nicking? But again, Ibrahim will not love that, obviously. Will need to stay right there for some time. That's the way to go going forward. As in, if you're giving yourself a chance, you're giving yourself a chance by spending so much time on the wicket. And that is it, really. Ibrahim Bangura will play a crucial role in Sierra Leone's chase, in this particular chase. And for how long will it take Nigeria to bowl out Sierra Leone or to keep going? Beautifully done. Well guided into the third man region. Gets a single. As David Lasayo gets back. Abdullahi still trying to find that outside edge of David Lasaya or of the batters, having picked up that one wicket of the captain, and all he was trying to do is he understood clearly and he made sure that he bowls. Gave it a dive is the bowler himself, but it is put down. Abdullahi Ismail not managing to hold on to that one as we get to the end of the first power play. 10 overs done, 35 for 2. And the beauty of this is that wicket of Charles, the captain of Sierra Leone. Abdullahi was very aware of what Charles is trying to do. He was trying to go for a pull. Anything banked shot, he was looking forward to go for a pull. On your screens, the under-19 women's team was here since morning, supporting their brothers as they also get prepared for the upcoming ICC Under-19 Women's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier, Division 1 in Dar es Salaam later this month. And they will be battling it up as all the teams will be looking forward to that one spot at the World Cup in Bangladesh and Nepal. The understanding of the game and what is needed is what is very important. And Abdullahi had made sure he understood and delivered and dismissed the captain, Emmanuel Oladejo, to get back into the attack. Actually, to get into the attack as he bowls his first delivery. Driven down the ground is Ibrahim Bangura, who gets a single. Emmanuel pulling his very first, and David Lasayo gets back on strike. Driven down the ground, finding Kenneth Boniface. Will they try anything yet? Not yet, but having a deep mid-wicket fielder in place as well as a long on, a long off. They're still trying to find, trying to get an LBW dismissal. And I was going to talk about the field setting and how well can you keep piling pressure to the batters. Piling on pressure, of course, will be, it is actually the scoreboard pressure. Yet to go into that, really, but the run rate required has moved to 7. Still very early, but the more it gets higher, the more it gets even tougher for Sierra Leone to go on and go for the chase. Now piling up pressure. Two fielders mid off inside. Just a deep square leg. Beautifully bowled. And look at that. Few inches away from the stumps. Actually away from the bails. Look at that. Beautifully bowled. And more of those. The more you keep staying on strike, not scoring runs as well, that is pressure going forward. And well guided. Third man region. And a single will be taken. Of course, a strike rotation will do good to Sierra Leone team, as Abdullahi Ismail will be trying to keep things going, keep attacking the stumps, and keep creating opportunities. Banged it short, and Ibrahim Bangura is announcing himself to be staying in there for so long. Of course, they will be trying to get wickets very early to not spend some time on this sun this afternoon. The sun has come out properly. Beautifully done. And the batter just trying so much. But again, playing that shot on the second attempt. It's actually, I mean, at some point, I don't get it. You miss, but now you play the shot for the second time, or you play the shot you were supposed to have played earlier on. But it doesn't add anything, doesn't add any value at the moment. Outside of stump, dot ball it will be, as Abdullahi Ismail will be bowling his 6th over, conceded 15 runs in 6 overs, picked up just 1 wicket. 38 for 2 after 12, as Uganda remains behind, stays behind to watch this particular encounter this afternoon, the run chase, because few hours later it will be the closing function, as he will be getting ready to receive the Champions Trophy. Emmanuel comes back to bowl his second, as David drives that down the ground, gets a single, gets on the other side. and well disguised. Beautifully done by getting back for the second, but it will be in form of white. Three whites given away. And the batter, Ibrahim, managing to disguise the batter, the wicket keeper, and ended up not taking that. And this should be the second, but Ibrahim not interested in getting back for the second. Beautifully done. And Sierra Leone going very good, because at the moment 44 for 2. The runs column, the wickets column doesn't look, it's not looking bad at all, as in they are trying so hard to sneak in singles. In this particular over, they've gotten 6 runs, and the required is 7.2, as they need 268 runs to win from 222 balls, and 44 for 2 after 13 overs.
New bowler coming into the attack, Kenneth, to bowl his first over of the inning from the load end. Drives hard down to the long off for a single. A dot ball away left from Ibrahim Bangura. Ibrahim now has settled down. In the beginning, he was showing very aggressive intentions towards the bowlers, but this time round he's batting way better, very defensive and controlling, try to take control of the game. Which is very positive. Which is very positive and what the team Sierra Leone needs at the moment. Well played, straight to the bowler, but bowlers fumbles that one and gave a chance Sierra Leone to get a single. A single is added to Bangura. Swing and a miss, trying to place straighter, but he didn't time it really well and misses that one. Excellent bowling from Kenneth. Now the intention of Sierra Leone batters have really changed compared to how they started the inning. They started very aggressive, but this time around they have settled down. And the single brings us to the end of the over number 14. The score is 46 for the loss of 2 wickets. As you can see from your screen, you can see match officials taking notes. Of course, we have to have a match officials to make sure that this game is played fairly and in spirit. Nicely played by David Lasayo, just for a single. And on strike is Ibrahim Bangura. Struck that one hard, but straight to the fielder. A run out chance, but misses that one. It is just a single. A dot ball is bowled by Emmanuel. Cleans the stump. The ball was bowled straight into the stump, and the batsman completely misses that one and ended up being the third fall of the third wicket of Sierra Leone's. No much turn. It's just the ball was just straighter into the stump, and batsman misses that one completely, and brings to the end of the inning of David Lasayo, and the new batsman is coming in. The new batsman coming in is Joseph Aslowe, with 2 more deliveries to come. A dot ball. The last delivery of the over, number 15. Swing and miss. And a dot ball brings us to the end of the over, number 15. The score is 49 for the loss of 3 wickets. The current land rate is 3.27. The required land rate is 7.51. Sierra Leone needs 263 runs in just 209 balls. A dot ball from Kenneth. Back-to-back dot balls. A swing and a miss. Three dot balls in a row from Kenneth. Excellent bowling from Kenneth. Drop that one closer. And Elise a dot ball. Struck that one hard over the point and goes for the boundary. 4 runs is added to the total of Sierra Leone. It was nicely played by Ibrahim Bangura. The ball was far away from the batsman and placed it nicely over the point for a boundary. And comes to the end of the over number 16. The score is 53 for the loss of 3 wickets. Here you can see on screen the umpires who has been officiating the game of Uganda versus Rwanda and the one Mozambique versus Ghana at IPRC Oval. They are relaxing in a tent, waiting for closing ceremony. Here comes Emmanuel from the mountain end. The first ball is a dot ball. Played nicely and straighter, just for a single. Drop that one. Played it with soft hands. Trying to go across the wicket, but the ball goes straight to the short fine leg. And it is a dot ball. Drives that one, but straight to the fielder. It's a dot ball. Hit that one hard and goes for the full. That was powerfully hit. Very powerful shot with control and balance behind. the shot made the batsman, and the umpire calls for the first water break of the second inning. Sierra Leone needs 254 and 198 balls. Now we are back from water break, and the bowler is Kenneth from the load end. A dot ball by Kenneth. Another ball from Kenneth Boniface. The loud appeal, but the umpire shows no interest. Plays it, but straight to the bowler, and back-to-back dot balls from Kenneth Boniface. Plays that one straight, but not powerful enough to clear the boundary, just for a single. Plays it, but straight to the bowler. It's a dot ball. And one more ball to come. And drop that one. And shows no intention for a single. And the dot ball brings us to the end of the over 18th. The score is 59 for the loss of 3 wickets. Sierra Leone needs 253 runs in 192 balls. Emmanuel comes back from the mountain end. And dot ball from Emmanuel. Plays that one straight to the long on. Just for a single. Ibrahim comes on strike. Swing and miss. Drop that one. It is just a dot ball. Misses that one. They allow the pill, but the umpire shows no interest in that. Three consecutive dot balls to Ibrahim Bangura. Swing and miss a few inches away from the bells. And the ball goes all the way almost to be a boundary. Just for a double. The end of the over number 19. The score is 62 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Landry, as well as Derek Waingana, the former national team player, again pitching up to see and feel what is really going on here in Kigali at Gahanga Cricket Stadium. Kenneth to get back, offering width just outside of stump. Trying to go for a big swing, misses and goes into the keeper's hands. Kenneth Boniface not very happy with the way that the batters are playing. An appeal for a nick maybe, but Kenneth will get nothing out of that to make it 3 dot balls in a row. And Kenneth has that delivery that comes back into the batter, hits hard down the ground, and that runs all the way to the boundary. Josephus sneaks in a boundary, offered full, and beautifully done. The two fielders, none of the two manages to stop that one, as the score moves to 66 for 3. And Josephus, as well as Ibrahim Bangura, who is on 13 of 36, driven down the ground. And they get another single to complete over number 20. 67 for 3 is Team Sierra Leone. As the run rate required goes high, a bit higher, 8 runs and over. Daniel Jim, the head coach, Nigeria under 19, strategizing and finding ways on how they can get through the gates of the two batters. All Nigeria need is wickets. And of course, we'll be trying to keep the run rate required go a bit higher. And the more it gets higher, the more the scoreboard pressure to Team Sierra Leone will be piling up. And they should be very happy. Them bowling 1 run and over. Those overs are very, very important. The more they bowl such overs, scoreboard pressure will be coming and will be piling up. As now Sierra Leone going at 3.29 will not help big time, because now they are trying to defend their wickets. And it has come at the cost of completely freezing the scoreboard. And again, this has allowed Nigeria to comfortably be in control of this particular chase in this particular game. And after 21 overs, the score reads 68 for 3.
A new bowler coming into the attack, Daniel Ayodele from the load end. Nicely bowled by Daniel. Allowed the pill, but there was no connection between the bat and the ball. 2 dot balls in a row from Daniel. Swing and miss from Josephus, trying to go hard on Daniel as a new bowler coming in, but the same results from 3 balls. After 3 dot balls, Daniel cleans up the wickets and got the man, Josephus, straight into the stump and got the man. The man has been trying to hit him so hard, but was completely missing the ball. At this time round, he misses it and ball hits the stump and walks away.
That went straight through the gates for sure. And it got back actually, hitting the proper lines and making sure that he gets stumps into play and allowed the Timbers to go up in the air as Josephus makes his way back into the dugout. Sar Lebi comes in, joining Ibrahim Bangura. Bangura, having been in there for some time, and his patience means a lot to Team Sierra Leone as they lose their fourth. Daniel Ayodele continues. Beautifully done. And Sar Lebi, of course, coming in such situation, you've got to get in understanding the assignment and knowing exactly what is needed for your team to give yourselves a chance with one more delivery, closing off the over with a dot ball to make it 68 for 4 after 22 overs. Emmanuel Oladejo comes back into the attack. Immediately gets a single is Ibrahim K. Bangura. The issue now will be Bangura getting back on strike, and Sir Leby will have to play a part now. Not interested at all, leaving that. The intentions are very clear with the way he is approaching the game. 8 runs and over is what Sierra Leone will be needing every over. And now, if you look at the gap between the current run rate and the required run rate, is so big, is very massive. And Sierra Leone's batters will have to get forced to try and abandon their defensive shells. And again, as soon as you try to change the gear, try to look for big shots, of course, Nigeria will be looking forward to that, trying to allow the batters to make mistakes. And that is where you get things going your way. And at the moment, Nigeria looking to be in control and looking firmly in the driver's seat going forward. As now the required run rate goes closer and closer to 9. And 23 overs done, it's 70 for 4, 242 runs needed from 162 balls. Should be a big ask. It should be a big ask when you get to 9 runs and over. It's not something that you can, it's not the easiest thing to do going forward, as Daniel gets back into the attack. An appeal not given. Into the block hole, and Sir Leby manages to survive on that particular delivery. A change of bowling from the road end by the captain has brought in a breakthrough. Daniel, and now will he keep going? That is the question. Healthy outside edge, and that goes for just a single. As the run rate required goes to 9. The more it keeps getting higher, the tougher it will get for Sierra Leone. And what a picture of a delivery that is. More and more of those deliveries will do good to the Nigerians. And he has that particular delivery that swings back in, and that should be the way to go. Keep asking questions. A quick single this might be, and completed. 2 runs in the over so far. The fielding side not allowing themselves to give a lot away, and they've done so well now in terms of extras. They've tried so hard. Straight to the stamps and dot ball to end the over. 72 for 4 after 24 overs.
Ibrahim Kebangura trying to go for a drive, but he can't drive. But at least he just got an edge which raised all the way to shot third man, and it just happened to be a single. Ibrahim Kebangura is the only one man in Sierra Leone have just managed to go above 50 runs. You can't really believe that, but again, Salebi coming in to score and get the job done for his side, not only scoring, but also staying. Team Nigeria, which is the team which has the highest score of the tournament so far, and of course, it's not going to be broken. They're going to go back home with the highest score of this ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2. In the very first place, it was Team Rwanda, which have just managed to get 411 when they were playing against Mozambique on Ground A. And again, it was Team Uganda when they were playing the same team, Team Mozambique. And they have just fought every single demon to break the record which have been set by Team Rwanda, but they have just fallen short by 1 run. And now it's Team Nigeria, which have just managed to surpass the lines and the limits which have been set by Team Rwanda. And again, to the same opponent, Mozambique, where they have just scored 460 runs in 50 overs. And with that single, it marks the end of over number 25. And on your screens, you can see the baby cricket cranes of Uganda. These guys, they just came with the spirit of thinking that they really don't belong here. And they have proved it because they have played 5 games and they went home unbeaten, unshaken, and unbowed. That's Team Uganda for you. In the very first place in this tournament, everyone was just trying to make sure that he's going to end in top 3 so that he can be promoted straight to Division 1, where they are going to play the big opponents so that whoever wins is going to be in the World Cup. But Team Uganda, being selfish and greedy enough to say that we are not going to finish not only in just top 3, we are also going to stay on the top of the table, not only on the top of the table, but also are going to stay unbeaten. And here we go. Daniel Ayodele comes back into the attack, delivering some great pitch of deliveries. But Ibrahim Bangura, who is trying to go off the strike so that he can allow Salebi to come and have some time on the crease, but Ayodele is not giving him enough width to go off the strike. Play that one straight on the ground, and they play it into the hands of the fielder at point, and it will be another dot delivery. Oh my lord, 4 back-to-back dot deliveries. Beg your pardon, just 3 deliveries. And here, for Team Sierra Leone, if they're about to win this game, all they just need to do is to make sure that the rotation is kept alive. Because those things of staying back deep in your crease, just trying to swing everything, trying to clear everything coming in your way, I'm telling you, it's not going to work out. Ibrahim Kebangura will just need to keep the rotation alive. Make sure that you get a single, you get a double. If triples and the place, take them. And on the loose deliveries, you can even go big for boundaries or maximums. Playing that one again into the hands of the fielder at the covers. That's the captain for you, Lahmon. Team Nigeria, under-19 men, taking on Team Sierra Leone. Team Nigeria winning the toss and just setting a very huge total on the board. The very first place, because they were just chasing They're just chasing 311 runs in 300 deliveries. It sounded very simple, but far away from being easy. And those are the flags of 6 nations which have just gathered here in Rwanda to compete and to make sure that they go back glorious. That's Uganda, Nigeria, Ghana for you, Sierra Leone, Team Rwanda, and Mozambique. All flags raised high. And even though Sierra Leone is playing against Nigeria on the ground A, the cities, the field and the stage is well set for ICC Under 19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2 closing ceremony as Team Uganda, they are getting ready to raise their trophy up. And coming into the attack, Pelumi Orimolade comes into the attack. He's now being introduced to Salebi along Ibrahim Kebangura. And you can see that Pelumi Orimolade is bowling nothing apart from those deliveries which are kept straight into the lines of stump. Now the question is, if you miss, I'm going to hit that one. But Salebi, who is not only here to get runs, but he's also here to stay and make sure that he finishes overs. Sierra Leone, 74 after the loss of 4. Into the block hole again. Salebi, 2 of 18 deliveries, and Ibrahim Kebangura, 16 of 51 deliveries. You can see the difference between the current run rate and the required run rate is just getting bigger and bigger, going down the ground. But the field at Kigali doing some fine work just by saving 2 runs for his side. And then for Team Sierra Leone, at least, if I can say, to get close or just to take the victory away from Team Nigeria, all they just need to do is to make sure that the rotation is kept alive and those dot deliveries will be reduced. Fix that one all the way up in there, but the ball lands in the safest places in the field and they will just pick up Adabo. 75 runs after the loss of 4. Just in 27 overs. Salebi. And those are the players of under 19. That's Kwizera Fabrice, the man who have just tried to push in the morning, trying to see if he can help Team Rwanda to cross the winning line. But unfortunately, he didn't manage to stay there for too long. And right here on our ground, Salebi facing 19 deliveries just to score 3 runs. And Bangura, who have already faced 52 deliveries and have just scored 17. All you can see is that they are just not trying to get runs. They're just trying to make sure that they really stay as they have got 23 more overs to be played. Playing that one over the heads of the bowler and the chance, but the chance went begging. Just 2 batters who are very, very quick, sharing same mission, same assignment. Now you can see that whenever batters manages to stay on the surface, bowlers on the fielding side get frustrated. Daniel Ayodele back into the attack from the road end, bowling stump to stumps, making sure that if the batter misses this one, I'm going to hit his stump. The sun is out. The sun also must be very, very frustrating. Even Nigerians must be tired. But yesterday it was a resting day. Trying to drive, but again he got a thick outside edge, and the third man does a very great job by saving 3 runs. And there is third man in the place. There is Suelek and the captain Ramon, jersey number 1, at long on. A thick outside edge again. Oh my lord. The ball is racing all the way to the boundary. And with that poor fielding, if I can say a misfield, the ball nearly was close to his hands, but he missed it completely. Look at that. Bangura not happy of himself, just trying to drive, but he missed that one completely. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how runs are put on the board as long as the board was kept ticking. And with that boundary, Team Sierra Leone jumped straight into 80s. 82 runs after the loss of 4, and just 2 more legal deliveries to go. Daniel Ayodele, and that's well driven. There is a fielder in the deep, and just picks that one once. And you can see that Sally Levy is just trying to come back. But Bangura, the man who had been standing tall, standing out for his nation, for his badge, decided to say no. And this is what we've been talking. If they can just at least manage to convert dots into singles and those singles into twos into triplets, or if any loose delivery come into the place, you can just use it and get a boundary. And just like that, right after saying it, the bowler missing his line and targeting the pads, and Sally Levy getting the most out from it. Look at that. Very, very well timed, and timed to perfection. Not only perfection, but timed to be a boundary. 87 runs on the board after the loss of 4 just in 28 overs is Team Nigeria taking on Team Sierra Leone. Team Nigeria winning the toss, opting to have bat first and setting 311 runs. And now Team Sierra Leone, they're just making sure that they chase it. And those are unbeaten champions for you on the screens. Team Rwanda, Team Nigeria, and Team Uganda, they have already qualified to Division 1. And next year, they will be playing in ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 1.
Team Sierra Leone, they are trying to stay on the pitch, but you know that the appropriate approach to play during this game is to not to stay on the pitch, but to close also that margin between current runlet with required runlet, which is closer to 7 runs margin difference from the current and required. Played it, but straight to the border, just for the dot ball. Moves, plays that one nicely, close, and goes for the boundary. A boundary for Ibrahim Bangura. The bowler misses at the line, and he takes him away and goes for the boundary. Trying to go again, but misses it completely, and the ball hits the stump. And that marks the end of the inning for Ibrahim Bangura. And Nigeria takes their fifth, and the score is 93 in 28.4 overs. Ibrahim Bangura trying to go across and was expecting the same ball that has been bowled from the previous ball. And this time round, the ball wasn't pitched the same place, but straight into the stump. And the new batsman coming in is Alfred Danema. The team Sierra Leone has to come up with a new plan of how to chase this score, because the current run rate is very low compared to required run rate. And the new batsman is a left-hander, Alfred Danema, with two more delivery to come. Struck that one hard, but straight to the fielder, just for a single. Saleh comes into the attack. Plays it so defensively and goes back to the bowler. It is just a dot ball. And dot ball marks the end of the over number 29. The score is 94 for the loss of 5 wickets. Team Sierra Leone is at 218 runs in 126 balls. The Plesias comes back into the attack, but from the opposite end, from the load end. The first delivery is a dot ball. Nicely balled by Precious. And Elise a dot ball.
Precious bowling stump to stumps. Felicius Ayeni, who have just picked 1 wicket so far. And this has been more than a qualification. Oh my lord, just few inches from hitting the off stump. And just so far, apart from today, in 4 days of play, look at that. 12 matches played, 24 innings. And these young kids, these young under 19 men, they have just managed to score 4,094 runs, picked 200 wickets, and amazingly, they have just bowled around 552 extras, which is very, very close to be a whole 50 overs game. And 5 players have just managed to register centuries, and 12 players have managed to register half century. Watching 600 partnership, and even 1950 partnership. And so far, which really shows that it have been game of bowlers. They have just bowled 3,462 dot deliveries throughout the tournament. Batters have been doing very well. They have just played, they have hit 67 sixes throughout 4 days of play. And boundaries can't be counted, just 401 boundaries. And I wonder what will be the numbers after day number 5. And Pelumi Olimorade comes back into the attack after going for 7 and picking up 1 wicket. Alfred Ndanema, 1 of 7 deliveries, playing that one, and it's played with power, but finding a fielder in the deep, and it will just be a single, and just 4 more runs. And just 4 more runs for Team Sierra Leone to enter into triple digits.
So Leby trying to access deep fine leg region as Pelumi again trying to squeeze in another good over. Beautiful looking shot, but failing to pierce through the gap with only 19.2 overs to go. Will Sierra Leone play their full 50 overs? Will they push until they get closer and closer? As in 11 runs is what they are required every over. And the question will be, Sir Leby, after facing 27 deliveries on 9, Alfred just joined in. And now who will be in there to get 11 runs and over for Team Sierra Leone? 31 overs done, 97 for 5 is what the scoreboard is reading. 215 is the number of runs required from 114 balls, which is 19 overs. Sierra Leone, the batters have pushed so hard. They've tried to play so many overs, but runs have dried up completely, pushing the run rate required. It keeps climbing and climbing, and again, when time comes that the batters will start to trying to go for a single, a quick one, and the fielders and 50 overs being a game of, I mean, it is itself is a test of skill and character. Obviously, the batters are trying to give themselves a chance, not trying to go for the chase, not trying to go on and win this particular encounter, but now testing themselves with that's up in the air, and they should go miles. Couple of bounces into the boundary is Sir Lebi, and Ali Rahman himself coming into the attack, turning, going down the leg, and he will find a boundary. Deep mid wicket in place, long on, and of course, trying to squeeze to get everyone in, almost everyone in, to keep piling up pressure. And with 2 more deliveries to come, they have already gotten their 5 runs in the over. But not good enough. White ball it will be. Not good enough to allow themselves to keep going and to keep their hopes alive in trying to win this particular fixture. Too short, driven into the covers. A dot ball to end the over. 103 for 5 after 32 overs. And Sierra Leone cruises now into the 3 figures with a loss of 5 wickets. Rimolade comes a back to ball from the mount end. This being the last game, and cleans him over is Perume Orimolade. It was a loose delivery. It was there for the taking. And Alfred swings hard, misses, and the ball goes into the stumps. Look at that. Loose ball it was. Alfred goes back into the dugout as now another one goes for Sierra Leone, 103 for 6, 32.2 overs. And Mara comes in. That's up in the air. Would that be a chance? And a chance is taken. And Mara not wasting time, trying to go after the bowler from the word go, and perishes. Goes home without troubling the scorers at all. It was there for the taking, but again, the execution itself not good enough. And another one bites the dust. It is 103 for 7, 32.3 overs. Team Nigeria cruising, now needing 3 wickets to win. 209 is what Sierra Leone will be needing from 105 balls. 2 in 2 for Perumi Orimolade, and hat-trick ball coming up. Peter Mara comes in, joining Sir Lepi. And hat-trick ball coming. Can this be the first one in this particular tournament? And straight off the mark is Peter Mara. And off the mark, up and running. Just a single. And of course, running the party for Perumi, who was preparing himself for a hat-trick, having gotten 3. Beautifully bowled, trying to look for that outside edge nick into the keeper's hands, with 2 more deliveries to come. How long will it take? Will it take Nigeria to take the 3 remaining wickets? A run-out opportunity, and have arrived way earlier. And we'll get a single from that. And 105 for 7 after 33 overs. Ali Raymond to continue from the road end, having cow corner in place. I will be expecting to sneak in those turning in deliveries. And Sir Leby, having spent so much time in the middle, will be liking that. I mean, will be interested in keeping things going for Sierra Leone. And now trying is Ali Rahman, the captain and the wicket keeper. That simply means he had to give himself a chance. Clips that one off the pads, locks on the back foot, gets a single. As Peter Mara gets on strike, the newly incoming batter. He just arrived. And how will Ali Raymond respond to that? A bit short. And into the defensive mode is Peter Mara. You could see the intent trying to push some overs. Not good enough going forward. Do not think it will give them an opportunity to get even closer, as the run rate required jumps now 12, closer to 13 runs and over. 3 is what they are managing per over, and 106 for 7 after 34 overs. Perumi getting back to see if he can get another. And Sir Leby, having spent some time in, gives him the opportunity to keep things going for Sierra Leone. Goes for a sweep. They will settle for just a single. And Peter Mara, the assignment he has been sent in, of course, understanding the assignment he does, but now where is the intent of trying to score runs, trying to take the game closer? and deeper. Gets a single, goes the other side, and will settle for just that. But for how long is the question? Too short, and it will be a wide delivery. Rumi, loose ball it was, not given the treatment it deserves. Gets a single, goes the other side, and that will take us to the end of over number 35. The score reads 109. 109 for 7 after 35 overs. 15 more overs to come. Is Peter Mara, Sir Leby, still going unbeaten so far. And Kenneth will be brought back. Will he be the one to get this wicket of Sir Leby? Can he be the one to keep things going? And of course, dot balls will be in Sierra Leone's favor. It's them pushing for them to play full 50 overs to help them going forward. But again, will it help them win this particular fixture? That will be the question. A wide delivery with Kenneth Boniface. Now coming to the end of this tournament. Beautiful looking shot, and that goes all the way, and it runs to the boundary. More runs coming for Sierra Leone. And a beautiful looking shot, just hitting that one into the empty territory and to run all the way to the boundary. Understanding what he needs to do is the biggest part of it. And making sure that he maximizes on loose balls. Just gave full and wide was Kenneth Boniface, and he was clobbered for a boundary. 2 more deliveries to come. Nigerians looking to, of course, they want to clean the tail as quick as they can, but Sierra Leone have hold their nerve as we get to the closure of over number 36, 114 for 7. just after the drinks break. Will the drinks break bring its own stuffs like we already know? Normally after the drinks break, it either works in one of the team's favor. An appeal, Makumbi will be nodding his head, moving away, not interested at all. Now the captain has deployed in spinners, including himself, trying to get a wicket. And Sir Leby had pushed so hard. And how long is the question? A bit quicker this time round. Gets nothing. Sierra Leone, they'll be very happy to make Nigerians feel the heat. I will make the Nigerians feel the heat going forward. And it looks like whoever feels that he can spin the ball comes into ball. Spinners will be doing the math, but this one is clobbered through the gap, through the offside, in the covers, and all the way to the boundary. Peter Mara earns himself a boundary through the offside. Loose ball, fully tossed up and driven, because they have only one fielder outside the inner ring, which is a deep mid-wicket fielder. Last delivery, bit short, and very defensive. Peter Mara, as well as Sir Leby. And 121 for 7 after 37 overs. Precious comes back and being trusted as the premier bowler coming in. Can he be the one to get the 8th wicket of Team Nigeria? For Team Nigeria, and there he goes, and he will keep the ball right there, trying to get a nick straight into the keeper's hand. Guides that one down the third man region, gets a single, and they will settle for just that. And the numbers, the required run rate says 15. And who will be there to get the 15? It's actually them now trying to push the overs. Them trying to play full 50 overs. Earlier on, we talked about piling up pressure to the batters. but the batters looking to do no harm, and the pressure looking to do no harm to the batters. And obviously, it's it's going Nigerians' way. Dotted delivery with one more to come, and Nigerians looks to be in control, even though they still need those 3 wickets to wrap things up. And to end the over with a dot, 123 for 7 after 38 overs, 12 more overs to come. Sierra Leone have done a massive job going forward, going into this run chase. They might have had an idea of what they can offer, and then came up with the strategy of trying to play full 50 overs. Beautifully done, driven down the ground to long on, who will get a single. And Daniel Ayodele comes back to bowl. The Nigerians not trying to even take more and more risks going forward. The two batters have understood properly what is needed and what Nigeria is looking for. It is wickets, obviously. And will the captain bring in their premier bowlers back in, as in Abdullahi Ismail, having bowled so well up front? Because you always need that kind of a bowler who comes in and pace up, dot ball it will be. And Abdullahi having bowled just like that, bouncing the ball hard, hitting the deck hard, just applying pressure to the batters. The more he has gotten that one wicket of the captain, just bounced him. The captain, beautifully done, gets that through the gap. This should be a double. And the fielder in the deep at third man, not interested at all in trying to help out and trying to just run around with one more delivery to come. $126 for 7 after 39 overs. Abdullah Ismail to get into the attack. And that didn't carry. A quick single, and Peter arrives safely and will sneak in a single just like that. Exactly what the captain needed, and talked about it just a few minutes ago, bringing in your premier bowlers. The one wicket that Abdullah had gotten, that was the delivery. And now, how many can you bowl and how many can he offer? And you get to see how the batters respond. And you could see Sir Leby trying to go after that particular delivery. It was wide, but the intent might create an opportunity for the Nigerians. To the block hole, and Sir Leby not interested at all, not interested in trying anything whatsoever. Easiest of the singles, Sir Leby, 25 of 60, 65. It's actually 26 of 65. And had pushed big time for Team Sierra Leone. Just 129. That's hit hard straight to Kenneth Boniface, who does the fielding. And to end the over, 129 for 7 after 40 overs. Into the last 10 overs. And this takes us to the end of the second power play. Now into the last 60 deliveries. Daniel comes into the attack, giving away a single on the very first delivery. Daniel Ayodele. And looking at the fielders, the way they are responding, the body language, it is way, way down. Only because the batters are pushing, just playing overs, needing 20 runs and over. That seems impossible with 182 runs needed from 9.2 overs. Not that it's not doable, it is very doable. But with the two batters in, that's up in the air. Will this be an opportunity? And yes, it will be. It will be an opportunity. Peter Mara will have to depart. And Daniel gets his second wicket as Sierra Leone lose another. 130 for 8 after 40.5 overs. Dennis James joins Leby. And how long will James last? As this particular ball takes us to the end of over number 41. Sierra Leone 130 for 8. 182 runs needed from 54 deliveries. And Abdullah Ismail to get back. And that will race all the way to the boundary. Loving the placement and loving how Leby is trying to maneuver the field all day long. Give it a dive. The fielder at point region. Beautifully, beautifully placed. Give it a dive. Goes in vain. And will have to be attended to by the team physio. Into the 30s now. The role he has for Sierra Leone is massive. And more of those just throwing the arms and taps on that, and it runs all the way to the boundary. Look at that. No movement of the feet, but throws the arms and touches on that one. Back-to-back boundaries. Now Abdullah Ismail not succeeding really, not trying to do what the captain brought him back for. And trying to go for a quick single. Kenneth Boniface trying to take shy at the stamps and gets nothing. And Sir Leby will be trying to get the strike the very next over. 3 more deliveries to come. And now will Nigeria take 50 overs, 50 full overs to go home with a win? And obviously, they should go home with a win with the numbers, with what the numbers are saying. Beautifully bowled. Gave it enough bounce. And Dennis James will not try to go after that, really. Having just a third man. Asking questions is Abdullah. And such a lovely, lovely delivery. And it goes in vain, just like that. As now we get to the closure of over number 42, 139 for 8 is where Sierra Leone is now. Daniel to get back, and Sir Leby denies to give away his wicket. He knows exactly what might happen after his wicket is taken. He knows, having been there, he is set. He is very set. That gives him and allows him to have an idea of who is left behind. Just 2 wickets in hand. And whenever Dennis James will be on strike, he will now try to be very cautious, just to keep pushing the overs. A run out opportunity not taken. Sir Leby trying to get a single to allow himself to get on the other side. See if he can keep being on strike. Keeping the strike will do good to Sir and Sierra Leone. More and more dot balls. Sierra Leone's not trying anything whatsoever, not trying to give themselves a chance. There's nothing like that. 23 runs is what they require every over. Up in the air, and the ball didn't have enough legs to get to the boundary, but they will settle for just at above. And they've done so well. Now bowling a bit short, not having the protection in the dip, just having one fielder patrolling the boundary, Abdullah Ismail at third man. Beautifully done, and he will do that any day at any given time. And a single to keep the strike the very next over. 142 for 8 after 43 overs. Abdullah to make his way back into the attack. An appeal, and those should be leg byes. And Dennis James trying to go for a cut shot, trying to bounce him, trying to get another wicket is Abdullah Ismail. And we'll leave that one. And exactly, he knew what Abdullah is trying to do. And beautifully done. Dennis James have understood the assignment clearly. Let's play 50 overs. Asking questions is Abdullah, and the batters pushing through. Few more overs to come, but the win, they'll surely earn it because they've done so well with the bowling. and more dot balls from Abdullahi. And when now you get to this challenging stage of the game where you just need 2 wickets to win, and now the 2 batters are denying anything, denying to give away anything whatsoever. 6 more overs to come. 143 for 8 after 44 overs.
Daniel coming in, but you can see the non-striking batter trying to nick in a single, but he can't get it to go. Daniel again goes up in there. Is this going to be catch? No. And the outfield is being very, very electric. Anything which bounces once, it's going to be a boundary. But this time around, this Nigerian's doing very, very good. Just more 5 overs and 4 deliveries to be played. And Levy is just way too close to put up a half century. You can see the way the man is posing, very composed, confident, and focused. Just 9 more runs. I wonder how long is it going to take Levy to put up a half century. And again, 5 more runs for Team Leone to put up 150 up on the board. Driving and driven into the hands of the fielder at point. Oh my lord, look at the acrobatic catch. Oh, Team Nigeria bringing entertainment here for you. I think the man is not going to recover from this. Just 9 runs trying to drive, but again, he forgot his driving license. But he's under 19. Look at that. The fielder was not aware of that catch coming, but this is what ICC Under 19 Men's Cricket World Cup Africa Qualifier Division 2 brings on the table for you. Look at the celebration. And the batter, Sir Levy, going back to dugout in a disbelief, not believing that it really happened. Just 9 runs for him to raise his bat. And as he departs, Willie John Brimba Komba will now have his way on the surface. Team Sierra Leone, a very, very improved team in the tournament. In the very beginning, they were just struggling, but today they are playing. Dennis James, the man who have played 9 deliveries without going off the mark, along with Will Johnny Brimba Komba. They are new bloods on the surface. Daniel to continue. Right on the money. But Komba survives that one. And the last delivery of this over. Last delivery of over number 45. Abdullahi, jersey number 38, straight a third man. Now I wonder what's the plan. And with that dot delivery, it marks the end of over number 45. Just more 30 deliveries to be played, and this shows you how these young boys are very, very aware of the format they are playing. They have lost their crucial wickets in a quick succession, but they have just managed to stay here for too long. They have just managed to stay here, and they are almost there at the end of over number 50. And the captain brings his premier bowler, Abdullahi Ismail, who have just picked 1 wicket and conceded 27 runs. Daniel James, the man who have done a very great job for Team Sierra Leone with the bowling hand. But Abdullahi, now he's saying, hello, can you watch the ball? That's a deadly bouncer. Abdullahi trying to check if Dennis James can watch the ball. And James responding in a positive way, saying that I can watch it and I can even dodge it. Second one. And Abdullahi maybe had some plan to rip off his head, but he was like, oh, we have both under 19. Let me just show some kind of mercy. And 2 batters. Having some chat, trying to say that at least if I can't get this boundary, let us keep the rotation happening. You just get a single and I get a single, and then we keep runs coming. Oh my lord, what a kind of shot is that? He really played it. Yeah, it was an unconvincing shot, but the best thing they are doing is just to make sure that they do finish the overs. And now Abdullahi is smiling, saying, oh my lord, how do you survive that one? But James, we have seen something I've noticed throughout the cricket career is that pace bowlers are always afraid of pace bowlers. Leaving that one, some classic moves from Dennis James. The man have played 12 deliveries, and he's still trying to go off the mark. Just few inches from tapping on the bat so that it can just go straight into the hands of the wicket keeper. Just deep swelling in the place. Seems like they are expecting this young man to go across while the man is just standing there on the crease, trying to figure out how he can survive. 2 last deliveries, and Abdullahi misses his line and the length completely, and it's a wide. And bowling to last batter, I think you just have to make sure that everything is coming into the line of the stump. So you keep this equation alive, which says that you miss, I hit. Right. The Bills are off and and timbers have been disturbed. And with that great pitch of delivery, it marks the end of this innings. It was Team Nigeria taking on Team Sierra Leone. Look at that pitch of delivery. Look at that. Just Dennis James trying to go all the way from that delivery. And another wicket goes down for Team Sierra Leone. Team Sierra Leone, they have done a very, very great job, and they have just posted 146 all out. One of the improved teams in the tournament so far, and the game comes to an end as Team Nigeria seals off the win over Team Sierra Leone. And Charis Kamara, the captain, scoring 9 of 27. Alia Kamara 13 of 14. And Ibrahim Bangura 27 of 59. The man tried to push. And Leby, who tried to get to half century, 41 of 80. And total extras bowled at 22, just in 45.5 overs. Precious Ayeni bowling 7 overs, delivering 34 dots and now picking 1 wicket, and Abdullah Ismail picking up 2 wickets, including that one of Dennis James, and Pelumi Orimorade giving away just 15 runs and picking up 3 wickets. And Al Lamon, the captain, bowling 2 overs, 10 dots, 6 runs, and picking no wickets at all. And Brett Young, who didn't also get a chance of picking up a wicket. And those are the best performers. Kenneth Boniface, 100 of 74. Al Lamon, 74 of 88. The captain, Peculiar Egmas, 33 of 41. And Leby for Team Sierra Leone have just scored 41 of 80. Bangura 27 of 59. Lasayo 14 of 27. And Daniel Ayodele, who picked 3 wickets in 8 overs, same as Pelumi Orimorade, who picked just 3 in 5 overs, and Abdullahi Ismail, the man who sealed the victory off, picked 2 wickets. And Ali Kamara, 3 wickets, conceded 65 runs in 10 overs. And Dennis James, 57, and picked 2 wickets. And Peter Mara, 2 wickets in 10 overs. Nigeria under 19 men's won by 165. Very, very congratulations. And it is ICC under 19 men's cricket World Cup Africa qualifier Division 2. And please stay tuned as we'll be back shortly for the post-match presentation and closing ceremony.